Please call the roll.
Mayor Carlin.
Here.
Vice Mayor Edwards.
Here.
Councilmember Finn.
Here.
Councilmember Binswanger.
Here.
Councilmember Patel.
Here.
Councilmember Hunt. Councilmember Dunn.
Here.
Thank you. Good evening and welcome to the Peoria City Council special meeting of November 9th, 2021. We have two items on our study session agenda this evening, and we will begin with mid-year financial review. And I will turn it over to City Manager Jeff Tyne to begin.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. And as you know, one of our annual, almost holiday traditions is to offer an economic overview and discussions on the city's financial condition. And this is an important part of the budget process as it ensures that the important budget decisions that you make are really made with a financial backdrop in mind. And so tonight we will hear from Deputy City Manager Andy Granger, as well as Interim Chief Financial Officer Kevin Burke, and also, as you can see, our Deputy Finance and Budget Director Peter Christensen. So as we'll show on our next slide, I believe, we're going to start with an assessment of the overall economy nationally and regionally, and then how that specifically looks for us in Peoria, and then express how that is impacting our financial, both our current financial circumstances as well as our forecast going forward. And then from there, we'll have Deputy City Manager Granger talk about some of the next steps within process and recommendations. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to Chief Financial Officer, Interim Chief Financial Officer Kevin Burke. Thank you, Kevin.
Great. Thank you, Mayor, Council. Tonight I have the economic update. Before I get to that piece, we had a piece of news come in just late this afternoon that I thought really tied into this, and this was some really amazing news, which was that, as you know, we're going through a rating process associated with our bonds, and that's later on the agenda. But we actually got the rating from Moody's, and it is an upgrade to a AAA rating. And this is a pretty amazing feat. A lot of folks, this can be an entire finance career, and here we are sitting on top of a AAA rating. But I wanted, because it fits so good into what we're about to talk about economically, I just wanted to read a little bit from their rating rationale, as it's called here. The ratings on the city's GO bonds have been upgraded to AAA, reflecting material growth in the city's tax base, well exceeding our prior expectations, and strong economic performance evidenced by growing population, expansion of employment, and substantial development. The upgrade further reflects substantial strengthening of the city's financial position, supported by conservative management and budgeting, robust financial policies, and the high flexibility provided by the institutional framework for Arizona cities. So 2 out of 3 are ours. The other one we can't take credit for. And then the last thing they said, the AAA rating incorporates the city's moderate net direct debt with rapidly amortizing principal and somewhat elevated net pension liability, for which the city recently implemented a funding plan that is strengthening contributions. So I thought, pretty remarkable, really fits into what we're talking about here tonight, as well as, congratulations to you all for the work that you've been doing and, recognizing it right from the start there. So a good way to start the conversation. Yes.
Congratulations to all of us, yay. And that results in savings to our taxpayers who pay for any kind of interest rates that might be out there.
Absolutely.
That's wonderful.
Absolutely. So.
Yay.
Couldn't contain the excitement about it since it just came in. So we were very excited about it. All right, so moving forward here, we're talking about the economy. And when you first look at this, it looks like this perfectly healthy heartbeat on an EKG monitor. But when you put it down on a finance chart and you call it gross domestic product, it's actually the heartbeat stopping and then restarting with great vigor. And so you're familiar with this story, but we're going to walk through it just to recap kind of what we've seen economically in the last 2.5 years. So certainly we're humming along at the end of 2019, about 3% growth, and then we hear this thing called COVID emerging out of China. By January, the first case shows up in the United States. By March, we have the WHO calling this a pandemic, the United States government issuing a national emergency, and the city of Peoria declaring its own state of emergency by the end of March. It just gets worse from there. Come mid-April, the U.S. is passing Italy in fatalities, and by May, our unemployment has hit almost 15%. About that time, the first stimulus starts to kick in as we start to see payments coming forward, and from there, we see in the third quarter of 2020 this remarkable rebound. As those dollars kick in, cases stabilize and even fall in many cases, and we're back to a GDP of over 30%. We're thinking everything's looking good, and then people start getting together for the holidays, and the cases surge again, and there's this little election that happens, a lot of uncertainty gets created, and we're back on a downward trend. But before all despair sets in, vaccinations, all right? The first public vaccination shows up in December of 2021, and we kind of hit a leveling from that point going forward. Unfortunately, we've had a little bump right towards the end there called the Delta variant that kind of ends this story on a down note, but not a sad note. Because if we start looking at our other economic indicators, we really see some good news coming. So switching to consumer confidence, this is really what drives our economy. If people are confident in the economy, they spend their money. If they spend their money, the economy moves and everything seems productive. This is also kind of a story related to stimulus. Going along at a pretty nice consumer to confidence rate of about 130, 135. COVID hits, we start free falling until about the stimulus package kicks in, and that puts us more kind of on a horizontal latitude for about a year until you see the ARPA stimulus, and that really takes us right out of that lower level, you know, those points below 100, when we're almost all the way back up to pre-pandemic levels. Unfortunately, there again, that's when the Delta variant hits. But along with that, we start to see some economic news, which is usually what drives these charts, not health news. But we see some rising gas and food prices in there. So that tapers, but you can see at the very tail end, the October 2021 report, we get a little spike back up, and that is exactly what we're seeing is some re-emerging consumer confidence going forward. And that starts to show in a number of things, particularly retail growth and unemployment rate. And we'll talk about those in the next two slides. Retail sales growth, obviously a pretty critical indicator for us. On this chart, we're just looking at state and federal. Peter will get into the Peoria sales tax in his slides. But again, we're running prior to the pandemic at 10% growth. I mean, that's a fantastic rate of growth for sales tax. And then the pandemic hits, and we go from 10% positive to more than 10% negative. Once again, and more than probably any other indicator, very sensitive to stimulus. And so when the CARES Act kicks in, you can see immediately our sales tax growth returns back to that 10% factor and runs that way for about a year until March 2021, when the ARPA stimulus kicks in. And you can see, now it's a combination. I mean, you're adding to something that was already growing at 10%, and you're doing it against the year before in March, and we are now skyrocketing into 40, 50% growth. Unprecedented growth, really taking it up there. Now, we work through a little bit of that spike, and we start to come down on the other side. But if you look at it, as we come down, we are still running and over 10%. We are literally still seeing sales tax rate growth at greater than 10% as we're now comparing to a year before when that growth was actually doing pretty well. So very healthy on the sales tax rate. Add to that unemployment, and again, interesting and fairly similar story. Unemployment was running very low, 5% or less, you know, definitely full employment. We hit COVID, we got to that 14.7 I was talking about earlier. The CARES Act starts to bring that down a little bit, but then it hits a plateau around 10% until the $600 enhanced unemployment benefit expires. And you can see once that federal level benefit expired, it dropped right precipitously back down into about the 7% category, and that's where we've been running. The Phoenix MSA has been running at that level till the Arizona itself ended the $300 enhanced unemployment benefit, and then we start to see the drop again. I don't have the latest source, it just came out on Friday, but we saw another big spike in job growth. We saw 500,000 new jobs added to the economy last month, taking the overall federal unemployment rate to below 5%. So again, seeing some very positive indicators on economic indicators as we look forward. This is my last slide, and I just want to talk about this one because it is such an important part to the Peoria economy. This takes a little bit longer look. You can see this is a 21-year slide, or 21-year time frame as opposed to the last 3. If you looked at this, you would never know that there was this big jolt to our economy when you look at home prices. You look at the last 3 years, and they're doing nothing but rocketing straight up into the air. And that is certainly what we've seen and experienced in Peoria. Now, there is some concern that, hey, is this just a bubble getting ready to burst? However, there's a number of factors that seem to be indicating contrary to that. Primarily, supply is low. We know that there is far more demand than there is supply for houses at this time. Second, labor is very tight, so the people needed to build more houses are not very available, and those that are quite expensive, continuing to drive up the cost of housing. And third is the construction material itself is experiencing some inflation as well as being difficult to acquire through some of the supply chain issues we've been hearing about. Those 3 factors together seem to indicate that housing prices are not turning down anytime soon and that we are continuing in kind of this upward direction. Now, that has its own issues for affordability, but different policy issue than what we're talking about tonight. Tonight, we're talking about economy and Peoria's economy. So as you can see, when we look at Peoria's unemployment rate, we're at 5.8% unemployment as of September. Our residential activity on building has been very strong but steady. We're on pace for another 1,400 new houses this year. That's consistent with the last 2 years. So again, we're growing, but we're growing very consistent and steady over the last several years. Small business coming back, we took a look at our own business licenses and what we've issued. We saw a 37% growth over 2020 and a 14% growth over 2021 in terms of new business licenses being issued. So we're definitely seeing that, and by far they are predominant in the small business category. So just within our own city, we're seeing a great amount of economic injection with new businesses. And lastly, just 2 bullets kind of on the economic development side. We're seeing a renewed interest in strategic parcels like the Vistancia Commercial Core and Lake Pleasant Parkway, particularly because of that spillover from the TSM semiconductor plant that's being built up north. So in summary, our key economic indicators continue to show stable but very solid growth as we go forward. And so what does that mean for Peoria? Well, I'll turn that over to our Deputy Director, Peter Christensen.
Thank you, Mr. Burke. Good evening, Mayor and Council. So that is the big question, right? What is this? How does this affect Peoria, our revenue collections, but also our financial forecast going forward and how much capacity we have going into the next budget cycle? I want to set the stage by talking about the state of Arizona because it's indicative of what's happened across the state and also to us. For fiscal year 2021, the state of Arizona set a modern record for general fund revenue growth at 28.8%. That's a big number when we're looking at revenues and definitely includes some of the federal stimulus that the state received. But if you look into it a little more deeply, you'll also see that some of the areas that directly affect cities also experience significant growth. So sales tax at the state level was 16% above fiscal year 20. Individual income tax collections were 44.2% over FY20, and corporate income tax collections 65.5% over 20. Again, these are huge numbers. The Joint Legislative Budget Committee, which is the state's budget office, gives 3 explanations for why this happened, which I thought would be good to share. Number one is that the federal stimulus led to personal income growth of 13%, which is the highest that we've seen in 35 years. So that additional income, that money in people's pockets, leads to people spending and translates into higher sales tax collections for us. also obviously translates into increased income tax collections at the state level. The second factor, and one you may have heard about in the news, is that there has been a noticeable shift during the pandemic from consumer spending from services, which are not taxable, and toward durable goods, which are taxable and which boost our sales tax revenues. And then the third factor is that during the pandemic time, we've seen significant gains in the stock market, also in housing prices, and capital gains from that has translated into increased income taxes. So in short, the state of Arizona in fiscal year 21 saw really unprecedented growth in their revenues, and this actually has continued into the current fiscal year, the first 4 months where they're still seeing double-digit growth in most of these categories. I'm going to spend most of my time talking about the general fund tonight, which is the city's major operating fund. Just a couple of points to make with this chart up here. One is that, as you'll notice, almost half of our general fund revenues come from sales tax, either our own local sales tax or state shared sales tax from the state. If you take it a step further and add in state shared income tax, just those three categories alone account for 2/3 of our general fund revenues. And these are really the three sources that have been most benefited by the recent economic indicators. So starting with local sales tax revenues, you can see a history of our collections for the last 10 years. With steady growth happening coming out of the Great Recession, and then over the last 5 years, we've averaged about 5.5% growth in our city sales taxes year over year. As you'll remember, at the onset of the pandemic, we and everybody else was very worried about how the pandemic and the shutdowns would affect the overall economy and, by extension, our revenues. So, as you'll recall, we made pretty drastic revisions to our revenue estimates at that time, which are illustrated by these orange bar charts. And because of those projections, we completely changed our budget. We eliminated all ongoing spending, or most ongoing spending, from the FY21 budget, and actually started preparing for mid-year budget cuts at that time. Fortunately, these forecasts never materialized, and the actuals came in much more positive. So for FY20, we saw 2 really bad months in March and April where our sales taxes did drop off a lot. But then for FY20 as a whole, we were actually 7% over the previous year. And then for FY21, we saw, again, remarkable growth of 14% in our own sales tax revenues. Which, if you look, if I translated that into dollar terms, we were almost $21 million above what we had budgeted. So a big number. Looking at state shared sales tax, this kind of follows a similar trend of gradual growth over time. We averaged about 4.4% growth in the 9 years leading up to fiscal year 21. We were kind of flat in FY20, the pandemic year, but then in 21 we saw a big jump of 18% in our state shared sales tax collections.
Peter, it's kind of interesting, if I'm not mistaken, the numbers we receive for state shared sales tax forecasts are actually from the state association. So it's amazing how much it mirrored kind of what our own forecasts were. I think all of us, for the reasons that you had heard before, really seeing the increase in focus and investment in durable goods and a number of other activities, that this really is something that kind of we were able to weather this much better than expected.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We do get help with our forecast from the state, particularly when it comes to state shared revenues. And then finally, the other revenue source I wanted to talk about is our state shared income tax, more commonly known or officially known as urban revenue sharing. This one's a little more complicated because the revenues we get lag the state's actual collections by 2 years. So when we're looking at FY21 here, that actually reflects fiscal year 19. Which means that those big numbers that I shared with you earlier about the state's collections in FY21 won't manifest themselves in our revenues until fiscal year 23. But still in FY21, we did see a nice boost of 13% in these revenues. One thing has introduced some uncertainty in looking at this revenue source are the income tax reductions passed by the legislature last year. Those are going to reduce income tax collections at the state level. We're also seeing our percentage go up. All municipalities right now get 15% of the state's collections. That's going to go up to 18%. But it's really hard to know what that's going to look like 3 or 4 years from now in terms of our revenue. So we're being very careful and conservative in forecasting our base in this area.
And those funds are going to come to us 1 year in advance of when we would normally receive them in this first year case.
Correct, yeah. We got some more good news in just a couple of months ago in September when the 2020 census results were finally released. Peoria's share of the total incorporated population of Arizona increased, which is good news. It means that our share of state shared revenues will go up. And even though it seems like a small percentage, when you look at it, it actually translates into some pretty nice dollars. So this chart shows what the League of Arizona Cities was estimating for our revenues before we got the new numbers and then after, and it made a $6.1 million difference, $5 million of which is in our general fund. So very good news there. So now that you've seen what has been happening with our revenues, let's look at how these revenues affect our financial capacity going forward. So these are our 5-year forecast of our total general fund revenues. I know it's hard to see, but these revenues are increasing at a modest rate over the 5-year forecast period. This is intentional. We don't try to predict short-term shocks in the economy or recessions, so we don't have our revenues going up and down. We try to smooth that over the forecast and be conservative. In that, that's one of the things cited by Moody's in the report that Kevin read earlier. But when we bring in our expenditure forecast, you'll see that there is a positive gap between revenues and expenditures, which is a very good thing. And the dollar amount difference between those is shown above the bars. You'll notice that the numbers are much bigger in the earlier years, and then it gradually tapers off. That's because of our projections or our forecasts of compensation increases, which compound over time. Also reflects the fact that in the last couple of years of the forecast, we are planning to bring on a couple of major capital facilities, including Fire Station 8 and Paloma Community Park 2, which bring with them additional firefighters and staff at the parks. So even so, the numbers that we're showing, we see that we have $4.2 million of ongoing capacity in the general fund that can be applied to various general government purposes. Do want to point out that the difference between that $4.2 million and those bigger numbers in years 1 through 4 will be added to our one-time capacity per our financial policies. And we do already have significant one-time capacity in the general fund thanks to the revenue information I shared with you, as well as infusions of cash from CARES Act and ARPA. So all good news. So while we talk a lot about the general fund, we do have a lot of other funds in the city, some of which are also very important. So I wanted to just hit on these briefly. First of all, the half-cent sales tax fund. As you know, this was a fund created to service the debt on the municipal campus that was built many years ago. Once that debt service was paid off, our financial policies articulated 4 different categories of uses for this fund, which are, just to remind you, 1, debt service, 2, financial reserves, 3, capital and economic development, and then 4, specific operational expenditures that are approved by the City Council, including public safety, which has been one of the main uses of this fund. This fund has benefited from the same type of sales tax growth that the general fund has, and so as a result, we have substantial one-time and ongoing capacity in this fund as well. Moving on to the Transportation Sales Tax Fund, another sales tax funded fund, obviously. This pays for ongoing transit operations, but mostly one-time streets-related capital projects. It's very healthy, and we do have a lot of capacity over the 10-year CIP for new projects. The Streets Fund gets its revenues from our distributions from the state's Highway User Fund, as well as our sales tax on utilities. And this fund pays for operations such as pavement maintenance, street sweeping, traffic engineering, and operations. And we show that over the 5-year forecast, we have sufficient funding to pay for those operations over time, and a little more for one-time capital needs. So moving on to, lastly, our enterprise funds. The recently completed rate study that we just did confirmed that these funds are very healthy financially and that they're based on sound rate structures. Though that rate study also built in annual operational increases, so we do have some capacity to address needs in these funds. We do know that these funds are more affected by inflation than any others because they rely on they have to buy a lot of commodities to make the plants, utility plants and other operations work. So we know we'll be seeing some requests from departments to address those things. And then one interesting note is that in our residential solid waste fund, the market for recyclables has actually turned around, at least for the time being. So we are now, you remember the Chinese sword conversations from a few years ago, we're now actually getting paid again for our recyclables, and that definitely has a financial benefit. Who knows how long that will last because it's a pretty volatile market, but for now it's very good news. And then, so not to throw water on all this good news I've been giving you, but I do think it's important to note that there are some headwinds in the economy. I'm not going to go over this whole list, but these are just some of the things that we're keeping an eye on and will continue to keep an eye on. Each of these things affects our budget and our financial position in different ways. Inflation, for example, has an impact on the cost of our capital projects, also on the commodities that we use in our operations. And consumer confidence, like Kevin mentioned, can signal where sales tax revenues may be headed. And with that, I will turn the time over to Andy Granger.
Try to top that. That was good news. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm not sure I can top that, but I did want to discuss next steps after this positive financial and budget forecast that Mr. Burke and Mr. Christensen just gave us. So before we do that, I'd like to remind you first of the study sessions that we've had this fall. As you recall, on August 17th, we had a police department overview presentation. And in that presentation, one of the things that they ended with is some of the staffing needs analysis that they were currently conducting. And we're going to come back forward to you in the fall, which is now, or in the spring as part of the budget process. And council directed us to look at that closely and look at the budget process to evaluate meeting those needs. And then on September 14th, we had a Water Services Department overview, and that really focused on the drought contingency plans and a focus on providing water redundancy for certain areas of the city, as well as conservation efforts to help with our water resources. And on October 12th, we had a Fire Medical Department overview meeting and a presentation, and at that meeting, one of the focuses was on ambulance service and the increasing need for additional ambulance service, and particularly a 6th ambulance. And we had several council members direct us to evaluate that and see if there was an ability to fund that in the next budget process, particularly when we rely somewhat on private ambulance service, and that those contracts are ending very soon. So as I said, council asked us to look into addressing these issues during the upcoming budget process. However, based on the forecast that we just gave you, we think we've got a unique opportunity right now to potentially expedite some of those requests and in a mid-year budget adjustment, and that's what we're looking to request to you today based on your council direction during these study sessions. And so what would that look like? We've proposed some additional staffing needs, and particularly in public safety, to address those needs. And so I can go through each of those with you right now in a little bit more detail. The first one would consider adding a 6th ambulance to our rescue service. As I said, we've got 5 ambulances right now, and a 6th ambulance would reduce our response times, rescue response times to the areas of the city where it's needed, particularly in the north where we've got growth right now, and that would include the addition of 6 firefighters. In addition, we propose adding 9 new rovers. Rovers do not have a shift assignment. They are available per shift to fill vacancies that are on shifts that are there because of vacation and sick leave from other firefighters. And this will fill that hole instead of requiring overtime of other firefighters. So with that, we're requesting 4 captains, 1 engineer, and 4 new firefighter positions to fill those rover needs. And those costs partially would be offset by overtime savings and ambulance revenues. I'd like to note that right now we are currently not cost recovery completely on the 5th ambulance. So the 6th ambulance, while it would have some cost recovery, it would be small at the beginning until we grow, especially in the north area of the city. In the police department, we talked about investigations and the increase in caseload at the study session, as well as the complexity of the caseload within investigations. And so in that division, we are requesting to add 3 detectives and 3 support staff to support those investigations, those SWAT officers in the investigations division. In patrol services, we're proposing to add 6 new police officers to patrol and 1 new lieutenant. The 6 police officers would improve our proactivity time in the south, which is basically the free time when officers aren't responding to a call for service or writing reports, and it allows them to provide enhanced community policing in the south area of the city. In the north, it would help improve our calls for service response times also. And then with all of the sworn officer positions that we are proposing, we are also requesting or proposing 1 recruit training officer that's required at our academy that would help with our recruit of our potential officers that are going through the academy. And 1 lead equipment coordinator. Right now we only have 1 full-time position that manages our entire fleet operations for the police department, and this would add an additional staff support for the fleet operations. I would like to note that, well, can I go back? Oh, maybe I can go back this way. I'm not in the right. I'd just like to note that between public safety or between fire medical and the police department, I believe that's 15 positions in each of those departments that we're proposing. And then, as I stated, in water resources, we're proposing to add a water resources policy administrator that would help with our drought contingency plan and will help us with planning out our redundancy efforts as we move forward in as far as water resources are concerned within the city of Peoria. And then a water conservation specialist that will enhance our conservation efforts throughout the city to help with those water resources also. And then, as we stated, development activity has continued to stay high, and we would propose adding some additional staff to our development department to help with plan review turnaround times, specifically a civil engineer and site development to help with residential and commercial plan review, a transportation planning engineer, and a residential field inspection supervisor to help with inspections oversight on residential projects. And then lastly, a request for $50,000 in one-time contract building plan review to help with commercial plan review, which is more difficult to attain a full-time staff on. And these costs would be offset by development fees, both permit and plan review fees. So what would that look like if council directed us to move forward? Instead of going through the normal budget process, we would come back in January with a formal mid-year budget adjustment request, and we would provide a little bit more detail on the costs and what funding sources we would propose to use for that staff. But then we would also, I wanted to make sure that you're all confident that this doesn't take away all of our capacity within our general fund, that we would also then still go through our normal budget process for the operating budget and the capital budget, and evaluate other supplemental needs that we would need during the normal budget process for all of the rest of the departments. And that would happen, as we typically do. In April, we would have budget study sessions, and then in May and June, we would have our formal budget adoption. And with that, we can take any questions that you may have.
All right, thank you for that presentation. Councilmember Patena?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say that I support this, especially these first responders. This mayor and council has always supported our first responders. And one of the things we always talked about is being an employer of choice, and I believe we are that right now. I think you can tell because of the longevity that our first responders stay in Peoria. They like Peoria. They want to be here. And I think bringing extra people on, shoring them both up, police and fire, is a good thing. 9 rovers will offset overtime cost. That's a good thing. And I support the ambulance. This mayor and council wanted our own ambulance service. You guys responded and you gave that to us. And now you're asking for an additional ambulance. Our guys do tremendous work out there, and so I support that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Finn?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to go back. I had one question that I just wanted to kind of pose on the additional revenues. All fantastic news. I'm really surprised, however, looking at some of the supply chain issues that we're having throughout the country and seeing the lack of vehicles in the dealerships up on Bell Road. I honestly thought we would have taken a significant dip with the lack of vehicle sales. Just to give you a story, I ordered 4 brand new trucks for our company, and I got a call that said, hey, we have this slight problem for your 4-door trucks. We don't have any back seats. Do you still want them? And the sad thing, I know we all laugh, I laugh too, I had to take them. I'm like, I got to get vehicles. So I'm just a little bit surprised. Can you help me understand that just a little bit? The best that you can with my limited capacity?
It's a good question, and really the only hard data that we have is our actual numbers on how much we're collecting on auto sales. We've all heard about the microchip issues and the supply chain problems, and recently low inventories and declining sales. So all of those things, I don't have numbers on them, but they're things we read about, so I assume they're reality, and then we have people who have anecdotal experience kind of suggesting that that's true. Our revenues, however, aside from a couple months kind of in that same lockdown period where we did see them drop off quite a bit, they have really grown just like all of our other revenues. We're still seeing growth now between 10 and 20% on a month-to-month basis, comparing last year to this year. I can only speculate that maybe that's attributable to the higher costs of vehicles, that it maybe offset some of those inventory issues. I don't know. It's definitely something that we're watching, and whether that will hold true going forward, who knows? I can't say.
Okay. Just a little
Hopefully
bit
it does, but
yeah, it's just a little bit surprising. I mean, I had a couple others. Should I go?
Go ahead.
Go on? Okay. So I've been here for, I think, 7 years. It's probably the largest mid-year adjustment that I've seen since I've been here. So maybe help us understand a little bit on the thinking process of that, if you don't mind. This is a big one.
Sure, Councilmember Finn, Mayor and Council. Well, if you recall, and we talked about this earlier in the presentation, during the last 2 budget processes, we didn't add a tremendous amount of staff. I think there was a handful of positions that we added during the last 2 budget sessions over the past 2 years. And we were following that trend as every other municipality that we talked to was following as far as we thought we were going to go into another recession. And we were very pessimistic about our revenues and very conservative about our forecasts. As it turns out, we still closely review our revenues on a monthly basis, even on a weekly basis, what we're getting from the state as far as state shared revenues are concerned. But we are starting to look at, we have the capacity and the ability to move, and it takes a long time, especially in public safety, to get our officers and our firefighters on the street. So we think that it's prudent now to move faster than we have in the past, just because of the delays of the budget, of not having the capacity to do this for the past 2 years.
Okay, and then positioning, I'm sure, for some of the growth that's coming in. And I'm a huge supporter of it, don't get me wrong. Please don't misunderstand my question or my line of questioning. I agree with Councilman Patena 100%. I'm hoping there's not another council in this entire state that supports public safety more than we do. It's, one of the most important things that we do as a council. So I support it 100%. I don't see the chiefs here. I imagine that this is something that they absolutely support as well. This is exactly, well, Chief, you can't hide behind District Plan 5 on me. Can't see you back there. But I, hear from the chief or what have you. I'm making the assumption that this is absolutely supported, continues to keep us safe. It's the right thing to do.
Yeah, we work very closely with both fire medical and the police department on their staffing needs, and they're the ones that came forward with these requests to us, as they have in the past, and we just haven't had the capacity in the past, but this year, we, especially right now during, with the financial condition that we just presented to you, we feel like we can accommodate these requests right now.
Yeah, and I apologize, just to summarize, that's exactly right. It helps when we have discussions like we did to learn about a growing, maturing community like Peoria. And we were able to hear from these major departments on what exactly are the trends that they're seeing, including some immediate items, and great conversation having there. So unprecedented growth in revenue that I've never seen in my period. I have to say, by the way, I resent deeply that Kevin Burke was on watch when they got the AAA rating after all these years. But that said, I think this is an unprecedented time that allows for a unique mid-year based off of the thoughtful conversation we've had with all of you.
And that AAA rating's a big deal. That's a really big deal. Yeah. Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Binsbacher.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple questions. First of all, this is a council that supports public safety. And, that's a top priority, one of our core services, and this is something that we take very seriously. I have a couple of questions. I want to, and also planning and development. Those additional ads are going to be critical too, because as part of, getting ahead of the growth and being prepared for that, we want to make sure that we provide the best possible service and opportunity to those wanting to do business in Peoria, wanting to develop in Peoria, and I think that's really important. But with regard to public safety, if I go back to the last council meeting, one of our council members brought up information regarding staffing rates and sick time and overtime hours, and I just want to clarify some things. And again, this is all part of making sure we make the most of this opportunity. So what are our actual vacancies? If I'm understanding correctly, what we've proposed is ads. Those are additional positions above and beyond any vacancies we may be dealing with.
That's correct. In the fire medical department right now, we have no vacancies within the department.
Was there an increase in sick time in police or fire?
Over the past year, I don't have the exact numbers, but yes, over the past year, COVID had a dramatic impact on both police and fire. We estimate the fire medical department took on about $400,000 to $500,000 worth of additional overtime expenses from sick leave. We think it's anywhere from a 20 to 25% increase. Unfortunately, we didn't directly monitor what the COVID sick leave was versus regular sick leave, but you can just see the trend increases 20 to 30% over the past year and a half.
Okay.
And the same is true. It's a little bit lower for the police department, but it's along a similar trend.
Okay, and so I just want to clarify that we know, and again, being close to it, I've experienced it personally, but that we've experienced this increase in overtime as a direct result of the pandemic and how that's impacted the departments.
There's been an increase. I would say that there's been more of an increase in the fire medical department as far as overtime is concerned because of COVID than, and I'm not sure why, but the police department's trend in overtime doesn't show an impact from COVID, even though their sick leave went up, and I'm not sure why that is, but it doesn't look like there was a dramatic increase in costs for overtime in the police department.
Okay.
My guess, and I apologize to speculate, probably again during the COVID era, less time that is needed for such things as training, for example, that you would have. So you're not going to be applying overtime towards training opportunities and doing a backfill during a period of time. So just, I apologize for speculating, but that's one guess.
Okay, so with regard to overtime, so there was also the implication that we are overusing or abusing overtime, and that's creating a real hardship. And even, I think, mental health issue in our departments. I think there's a fine line here. Our goal is not to completely eliminate overtime. I think in a public safety environment, whether you're talking police or fire, I mean, these are unforeseen circumstances that they're dealing with day in and day out. It's impossible to completely eliminate overtime. The idea, I think what we're working towards is to create a situation where we're ahead of the growth, managing personnel, adding positions to eliminate a situation where our officers and our firefighters are forced to fill overtime positions. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And are both police and fire on telestaff? The telestaff system? Yes, I
Mayor and
see a
Council,
yes.
They do, they have their own unique telestaff systems. They're configured to deal with their time management systems.
Okay, so and it's my understanding that varies from city to city and how, I guess, what the default is with telestaff. So is our default available or unavailable? So if the standard default is that a firefighter or police officer is unavailable for overtime unless they actually go in and select available, so that they would then be called for overtime.
That depends on the type of overtime, whether or not it's city overtime, off-duty overtime, a special event. So there's variables there, and an officer can choose, I can't speak for fire, but an officer can choose not to be available for like a special event overtime. That may be city overtime, but I'm not available. If you're being held over or fill vacancy, that's a little bit different.
Right, okay, and that's what we want to avoid.
I
Okay.
apologize, I just want to make sure that's on the microphone for us. So just to clarify that we do have that ability of telestaff for city-related overtime, and of course then it's, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, and again, law enforcement agencies across the country have been struggling to recruit, hire, and retain officers. And so this is a national issue that has been happening in the industry. And again, Peoria is absolutely a city that supports law and order, and we want to make sure that they are fully staffed and have the resources they need. We had at some point in time a strategic plan for hiring. Can you reference that a little bit, explain about that strategic plan, and specifically what we're doing to recruit and retain officers?
We'll have Chief Miller come down.
Okay,
I know during the
thank
study
you.
session, we briefly touched on this, and we are constantly trying to improve our recruiting efforts. And I think Chief Miller has gone a long way during his tenure with the police department to do that. But even more so over the last 6 months, we highlighted some of those things during the study session. And the hiring incentives is a big one, but I'll let Chief Miller go into more detail on that.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Before I get into the meat of the answer, I just want to tell you of a quick survey I did in the West Valley. I did that today, and if you look at all the agencies that are comprised, that the West Valley comprises, for example, on vacancy rates, Goodyear's at 10%, Wickenburg's at 10%, Tolleson 11%. This is on sworn officers. Elmira is 6%, Buckeye's at 1%, Avondale 4%, Surprise at 7%, Peoria we're at 5%. So we're right in the wheelhouse of the things you're talking about where all agencies are suffering across the nation. And speaking of across the nation and our recruiting plan, one of the things that I've been touting and talking to you about over the past 3 years, and that is that we've really accelerated our hiring process. And that is something that we're very proud of, and we really focus on finding the best candidate and getting that candidate through a process so they can be hired as quickly as possible. Another thing of note is that half of our department is our lateral officers. So out of the 205, just a little over half are from other cities, states, and it's something that we really embrace. With them, they bring additional knowledge and a different culture to our city that makes Peoria so great. Last month, we sent a recruiting team out to to Illinois. They hit 4 different areas, and we conducted 40 interviews on that. Right now, we're going to harvest from those interviews. We have 5 people in backgrounds from that state. And again, we have several officers here that are from Illinois, and they do a wonderful job for us. As a matter of fact, we sent them out there so they can talk the language that they speak in Illinois. Another thing that you're very aware of is our hiring incentive. That is a huge thing for us in that we are part of in the West Valley and actually in Arizona, where we are doing a hiring incentive, which is really attractive to people that want to come visit or come work with us. So that's a huge thing. The other thing is we have a great training program. We have a great relationship with both Phoenix and Maricopa County Sheriff's Office in terms of the academy that we send them to, and that's why it's so important. It was the last line on one of our requests, and that is to have an RTO in there, which is a recruit training officer. So just all in all, we are not any different than a lot of agencies throughout the region and throughout the country in terms of trying to recruit the finest people that we can to fill our vacancies.
Mayor and Council, if I may, and Chief, if you can elaborate if I'm correct, you had shown me before a kind of a recruitment strategic plan that had been in place as of a couple of years ago, and recently was updated with a lot of those different new kind of updated techniques that we just had talked about. Is that right? And
That's
is that
right.
something we can share some of that info in the future with the council?
So what we've done is we've added to a robust social media outreach already. So we're doing that. We're redesigning our recruiting brochures and our information. We have outreach through social media for hiring. The other thing is we made it a point that everyone in our department is a recruiter, and so that also helps with it. And then, moving forward, we added budget to our recruiting efforts so that we can actually do some more advertising, that we can do some more travel, because that's really going to be important for us.
I apologize, I'm just watching our time, so it's a
Okay.
little bit of a decision. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I
Okay,
appreciate
thank
that.
you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I also have some questions.
Councilmember Dunn?
Chief Miller, did I hear you say right, we're at a 5% vacancy rate right now?
Correct.
So we're not fully staffed on police?
So that is kind of the way that will be answered is that there's always an ebb and flow of personnel. We cannot control people that retire or want to leave for whatever reason. I will say that with our vacancies, there are vacancies indeed, but we also had some unexpected retirements. We had a couple of people that left our department to go into a private business. So those are things that we can't control, but we always have to kind of stay ahead of.
So I was under the impression that we, and maybe Jeff could answer this one, that we had a five officer backfill, is that correct?
So I think that, Councilmember, you're referring to the overfill. That is a process that we allow to authorize strength above to allow to get us closer to that, and that has, I believe, assisted with addressing and getting officers on quicker. I should also mention that when we had talked about vacancy, there was a 5% vacancy. That is a normal kind of turnover or attrition is what we're seeing. And in this day and age, where we're seeing, if I'm not mistaken, that counts to about 230 vacancies in the West Valley that we're talking about. Relative to that, I think that we're pretty competitive and able to keep to our continuity of operations. Is that fair?
Just a slight adjustment on the West Valley number. When we did that study before, that actually reached the West Valley and some outlying cities, which raised that number up to 240. And
Perfect.
Keep in mind that when we compete, we're competing with all these other cities. And again, one of the things that that I'm particularly proud of is the fact that we can get someone through an effective background, an effective hiring process as quickly as possible to show respect for their time, and also to add to our ranks as quickly as possible.
Thank you. I also had a question about, it said that we were going to add some detectives. I think 3 detectives and 3 support, correct?
That would be the request.
Because I have, I've met with several officers, and some of the caseloads that they're experiencing in some of these, special victims units, 50 to 60 cases, and there's, 1, 2, 3, 4, per, with 5 detectives. And other cities around the valley, typically have a caseload of 15. Can you address that?
I can't address what the other cities do, but I will say this, that we keep a very close eye on our caseload, not only on the investigation portion of it, but the follow-up and then the filing of those cases. So when we did the analysis on this request, that was considered, and based on all the data that we have, the three detectives that will be sworn with the assistance of the 3 support personnel will help augment some of the caseload.
Thank you. And I just had one last comment going back to fire, so it has nothing to do with the police.
Thank you.
Thank you. On fire, and I am glad that, we do care about our public health and safety. Last fiscal year 2021, there was 60,000 overtime hours for fire department. This year we have 4 months left, and I've asked for those figures, but I have spoken to several firefighters in all areas, from the management to regular fire, and they have been experiencing and complaining a lot about overtime. So I think the new figures that come in for fiscal year 2022 will show that we're trending upwards. I've requested those hours. I have not received them yet, but I do, see a trend, and I have been asking a lot of questions. We have been experiencing a lot of overtime, and that's all I'll say about it right now. So, thank you.
Councilmember Finn?
I just had one other comment. So just so that everybody's cognizant of it, as soon as we add additional positions here, we're going to automatically increase our vacancy rate by about 2%, correct? As soon as they hit the books, we're going to go up about 2%. So I just want everybody to be cognizant of the fact that if we ask again, right after we approve this, it's going to be up another 2% just by default. I also want to say, I heard the 5%, and it kind of resonated with me a bit on the vacancies. I've obviously been in business for a long time. I literally build budgets with a 5% vacancy rate, because you always know, I always argue with finance about it, but we always know we're going to have a vacancy rate. It's impossible to have a 0 vacancy rate over an extended period of time. Deaths happen, unfortunately, and you have a vacancy rate, right? You have to think, I had a guy that inherited like $13 million. I had a vacancy rate that afternoon, like that. It happened. So we're never going to beat a 0. We're always planning for that, and we're always planning for overtime. You always have overtime somewhere built in there, because you know it's going to happen when things. So anyway, I just want to make that comment. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
I did have one more thing before.
Councilmember Dunn, request to speak. Robert's Rules of Order, please.
I have the button pressed. Can I speak?
Councilmember Dunn, I'm calling on you now.
I appreciate it. Thanks, Mayor. The other thing, I did want to just call to attention, because last council meeting, we had a slide that was put up about bonds that we use for public health and safety. And we had a bond authority of $131 million. And so far to date, we've used $68 million. But yet in parks, 106 authorized, 106 used. And again, this is a line of credit. But again, I'm hoping that our priority, is going to continue to fund public health and safety, because that is one of the most important things in the city. So I just wanted to call your attention to, the slide that you guys presented us with last council meeting. Thank you.
Mayor, just a clarification. So voter authorization is getting the opinion, the approval of voters to use one source. It is not related to the financial capacity or line of credit. So just to make sure we're clear. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you for this great presentation. It is uplifting and really wonderful news. I loved your presentation graphs that show exactly when the pandemic hit and how it affected us and how the ARPA funds affected us and how the stimulus funds affected us. I mean, it is really, I guess it's the outline for your next book, right? I mean, really, this is the first time we've ever lived through a pandemic. And when we first realized what was happening to our society and everyone was quarantining, we did what we needed to do. We closed down, we went conservative, and we said no more budget adjustments at all. And that was the right thing to do. But now that we see where we are and we have the trend lines to show the good news that has occurred, I think it's more than appropriate that we use these funds not only for public safety, but also for parks and for transportation systems and all the things that make a city complete. And so I'm really, really pleased to see this. I appreciate the presentation this evening, and thank you all very much. So you are going to come back to us in January where we can formally vote on this, but I think that you can see that we all concur with adding 15 more police officers and 15 more firefighters, and we're happy to do so. So thank you. All right, Mr. Tyne, we will now move on to our second agenda item, and that is the redistricting update, and I'll turn it over to you.
Great, thank you, Mayor. I want to offer you an update on our council redistricting process, and of course, per the decennial census, our city is required to reset our council district lines, and we want to offer you both a reminder where we've gone to date and what is planned ahead. So we do have Mr. Granger, as well as Jennifer Steiner, Director of Communications and Acting Economic Development Director, to provide this presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Tyne. Mayor and Council, the purpose of this item is to, as Mr. Tyne stated, update Council on the redistricting process that is currently underway. As you may recall, Council adopted the redistricting criteria and the process that we were going to use at the August 17th, 2021 Council meeting. Staff then hosted 4 to 5 public meetings to educate the public on the redistricting criteria and the mapping software that we utilized for public comment and for public submittal of maps, proposed maps. We ended the mapping submittal process at the end of October, and we are here tonight to present the 5 shortlisted maps to you. We are not asking for any council direction tonight or approvals tonight, but we did want to update you on the 5 shortlisted maps and how we are going to move forward with this process. So that with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Stein.
Okay, so I thought we'd just do a recap to discuss some background and the criteria that we, or council approved in August. As you know, the census triggers redistricting, and we are required to adjust our district boundaries to make sure that provide equal population in each district. And the other thing that's important to note is that our charter provision requires that redistricting should occur prior to the next general election. And just to give background, which kind of is we had a nice segue prior to show how much growth has occurred over the years. So we are currently at 190,985, which we round up to 191 in all of our materials. Because by now, I think we're probably there. Here's a map of our current districts. So again, the goal is to equalize population, also while trying to keep it compact, and we'll go through the different criteria. The population goal is 31,831, and then you can see here in this graph the districts, what we had in 2015 at the mid-decade census, as well as the 2020 numbers, and the change needed. So you'll see some districts gain and some will lose population based on the process. There are federal requirements I want to point out. Again, I apologize, but the first and most important is well, actually not important, but primary federal requirements are have substantially equal population, protect minority voting rights pursuant to the Voting Rights Act, and be contiguous. Now, this is the council-approved criteria that mirrors also the mid-decade 2015. Be compact, as compactness reinforces the ability of residents to relate to each other and their elected representatives. Follow visible or man-made boundaries, such as mountains, rivers, and roads. Not contain more than one master plan age-restricted community in order to best represent all residents. Preserve communities of interest and should not unnecessarily divide neighborhoods that have similar socioeconomic, lifestyle, or political interests. Strive for continuity in office to minimize voter disruption. So we had a robust first round of public engagement. We had 4 open houses as well as a virtual open house, which was new this time. And we utilized traditional and social media to disseminate information on how you could create a map and provide an overview and education on the redistricting process. We received 39 maps through the online portal. And really, when we were basing the eligibility of the maps, which we're about to show the finalists 1 through 5, I want to kind of go through kind of how that process went. There was 1 duplicate map removed, 15 maps were eliminated for higher than acceptable population, which we were looking at a 9% range, 4.5% either way. 6 plans weren't contiguous. 1 map was removed due to an incumbent not in the district. 9 plans had more than 1 age-restricted community. 7 maps were left, and 5 were selected based off of council criteria and the amount of variation. So we have the maps, 1 through 5. We have boards, we have it here, we have packets, we have it online. I think we're just going to paint the town with these maps for the next few weeks as we go into the second round of public engagement to receive public input, which is really important, then coming back to you and sharing that. So I'm just going to kind of go to the next part to explain the timeline. We will have the same 4 open houses starting next week, as well as a virtual. We'll be seeking feedback. There will be a form available online, as well as the open houses to provide input. That will be available through Friday, December 3rd. Here is just an outline of the open houses for next week. And then just to recap and reiterate what Andy said earlier is that we are entering the second round of public outreach, and then we will come back here for a special meeting, December 14th, to select and adopt a final redistricting map. And then April 4th is, and then August you see is a primary election. So we have to also meet a county deadline, which is December, and Rhonda, please jump in, December 5th. It's in December, yeah, 14th. So it is much quicker time frame than a typical redistricting process. And if you have any questions, we're happy to answer.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Jen, I just have a question for you. What is the definition of preserving a community of interest? What is a community of interest? And what's the definition?
I would say it's that we don't have a specific definition, and we thought it was, age-restricted communities would be a community of interest. I think master plan communities would be a community of interest. Those types of large residential developments that have a master plan associated with them, or we had a master plan developer associated with them.
Okay. Well, the reason I'm asking is I noticed on a few of the maps that there's some of the definition of community of interest. You've segmented them to where they're not intact as a community any longer. They have 2 representatives in a few of those maps. How does that work? I mean, that really doesn't meet the criteria, does it?
Which maps, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor, Mayor and Council, which maps are you referring to? I'm sorry, so we can note this.
2, 3. if you notice on map 2, it splits a master plan community in half. Map 3 splits the same master community in half.
Are you talking about the Meadows?
I am, ma'am.
Thank you. There we go.
It's just concerning. I mean, from a representative standpoint, how do you govern when you have 2 elected officials? One has one half of the community, and another elected official potentially has the other half. I just don't know how that defines the community of
If I
interest.
might interject, I think that that's a really valid point, and Councilmember Patena has some experience
exactly.
along those lines, and you might want to
Exactly.
chime in.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Edwards, the last time we did redistricting, there was a map that split Westbrook Village 1 and 2 right at 91st Avenue. I opposed that, and it was decided that they would not split that community at all. It would be very difficult to have, I think you would have been the council member in the first phase, and I would have been the council member in the second phase, and when you think about that, that's a terrible option. So they chose not to put that map up there.
I mean, that's what this is the feedback we definitely want to hear as we're gathering information and determining the next steps.
Yeah, to be clear, some of these council criteria, almost all of them, were the criteria that we utilized during the mid-decade census redistricting process also. I don't think that we had a definition. We didn't have the Meadows back in the mid-decade census. It is a large community with a lot of residents that would take up a lot of the population from a council district, and the difficulty, especially in the Willow district, when with the requirement for an age-restricted community, kind of defines what the district's going to look like, and I think that was the difficulty with the Meadows. But it's something that we can evaluate and look if we can incorporate it into one district if that's what the council's direction is.
Councilmember Binsbacher?
Thank you, Mayor. I would agree with the points made so far about splitting up a master plan community like this. And I know last time, too, we kind of ran into the same issue with Terramar, where it was, potentially going to be split, and it was move it one way or the other, and it all ended up being part of the Willow district. And I can't tell, but is one of these maps, I'm thinking number 3, does that split West Wing?
It would be nice to be able to have streets.
To
on
tap
these
on it
maps.
and
It
it
would
tell
help.
me.
We
is that
lightened it up to
splitting
show the
West
streets
Wing?
underneath, and then we're
Okay.
also looking at some other variations to show color as well, so that you'll have different options.
Mayor and Council, I think, so if I am correctly looking at map 3, I believe that the Alora Vita area is in one area, which I see as Willow. I believe that West Wing remains in Mesquite, if I'm right. But I apologize, I don't have that to this.
Yeah, it's really hard to see, and these weren't, it's map 2 that divide, okay. So map 2 and 3 divide the Meadows, map 2 divides West Wing. Okay, thank you. And obviously, I would want to avoid that as well.
Councilmember Hunt?
So Jennifer, knowing that, then do we take those 2 off, or are people likely to fall in love with one or the other of those and vote for them, and they don't meet the criteria? Can we pull those off?
Mayor and Council, I think this is really, we would like to take direction from you on this. I hesitate to take the direction right now because I don't know what the impacts of taking 2 out of the 5 maps out are. But there's different considerations. We could take the maps out if you're so inclined. The process did have us shortlist 5 maps that we would go out to the public with. But we could also take direction to identify ways to incorporate, like the Meadows, while still meeting the federal criteria as well as the council preferred criteria, and trying to maintain those communities of interest.
Councilmember Finn?
Got to figure out red from green. I was just going to weigh in on that, on that question. I don't think it does any good to take a map out any map out at this particular point. If it's not a viable map, it will find its way out when we go to discuss them and choose the map. It'll find its way out. Yeah.
Do that.
Councilmember Dunn?
So I have several things that questions and things I'd like to add to this. First of all, my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that this is a council-led and open public forum for this process. Is that correct?
Yeah, this is definitely a public process, yes.
Okay. Because, you know, I do know that we did not, you know, vote on the company that was chosen for this. And then I know that also when Councilmember Edwards and I met with Jen and Andy, I was told a few things. That we hired an attorney by the name of Mary O'Grady. And this was in addition to the one that we had already retained, Bruce Adelson. Correct?
Correct, but do we want to provide some context? I mean, help. Okay, that's correct.
I would like you to provide the context because it did not come to us as a council. I was just informed of it just recently.
First of all, we went through an RFP process in selecting the consultant for redistricting. I would have to verify the date, but we went through and we had a committee and we had several respond companies to the process. So it did go through an RFP initially. So I wanted to make sure I answered that first question.
And Mayor and Council, just to clarify, when we say it's a council-directed process, when we came to you in August, we presented what our redistricting process would be, and you adopted by resolution what that process would be, including the city criteria as well as the federal requirements. And so staff typically on processes like this would be the ones that carry out that resolution and the council adopted redistricting process. And so that's what we did and we are doing.
Why did we feel the need to hire another attorney, Mary O'Grady, O'Grady?
I would say that we were looking for a second opinion on something that we didn't feel was an appropriate opinion from our original consultant's attorney.
Yeah, that's interesting because Bruce Adelson, he's the lead attorney in Arizona for the Department of Justice. And Mary O'Grady, I am aware that, you know, she was retained and helped on some other things with us that we were not even successful with in Peoria. But let's just leave that aside. The other thing is council meetings. Okay, I was told, and in the same meeting, 35%, there was figures given out, 35% in Acacia District and 30% as far as minority. But then I saw, you know, minority representation. But voting, the minority voting age in Pine District is currently 43.20%, in Acacia District 48.95%. So these redistricted maps basically go down, granted not a ton, but it does, you know, take some of this minority vote out. And the problem that I have with this, because also I had asked at that same meeting that we identify the people that were also filed their paperwork on here, because we have two candidates. And one of the things that has been brought to my attention is these maps are trying to redistrict them out because, you know, we are in election year. That's why we have to have it done by a certain time, because we have a council incumbent in Acacia District, and they're trying to redistrict these two candidates out to run against me. So, I mean, that's a fact.
No, it is not a fact.
So-
And we can't let that rest. It is
Excuse me,
not a
I'm
fact.
still speaking.
Yes,
When-
but
okay, thank
speak
you.
facts.
Can you let me-
Speak facts.
I am speaking facts. There are maps that redistrict these two people out. And one of the members is a a member of the community that has a park named after them, Osuna, a founding member of the city, and they're trying to redistrict that person out. Again, it has to be a public process. We have coming up 4 different public meetings. I have a little bit of problem with some of that process because I do know in past instances of trying to, hey, in one district, gather all your friends, get those maps. Again, that's not a true representation of the public. It's not a true representation of our districts by doing that process. I think it needs to be 100% occur in a public forum. And yes, it could be argued that that's a public forum, but maybe a little bit bigger forum. And the other thing is, I don't think there should be private discussions, especially amongst council members, because there is the ability to splinter a quorum. So you could have 2 council members meet and then say something and then talk to a third. And again, because we do have an incumbent in that district, I think that would be a good thing to pay attention to. The other thing, again, this needs to be a open process. When you're talking about going down any percentage as far as a minority vote or, voting age, I think, I heard Councilmember Binsbacher talking about master plan communities being split up. But I think it's as important to not split up a founding member of the city out of a district or the minority vote. Because, the South has quite a bit minorities that vote here. The North, not as much. I think we can agree by the numbers. So I think we need to pay attention to that. And again, Bruce Adelson is a pretty influential attorney. I think we made a good choice in the beginning. So to bring somebody else on as a second opinion, it kind of leads me to believe that there's some things that are going on that might not be,
Mayor, I would like
on
to
the-
request to speak, please.
Yes, Councilmember Binsbacher.
Thank you. So I just want to clarify something. I had said about splitting up a master plan community. I do not want to split up any of these master plan communities, regardless of which district they're in, but there are key elements that have been established as far as the criteria for redistricting. There's also a process, whether it's the RFP process or the public process, by which we handle this redistricting. And I do not, by any stretch of the imagination, want to deviate from that public process. I'm not in any way implying that maps be removed at this stage. I think we need to go through the second phase of the public process. And I don't appreciate the implication that there's something inappropriate being done here or that this is all part of campaigning. This redistricting is about the citizens. It's about our city. It is not about campaigning. And this dais is absolutely not the place for campaigning. So I want to make sure that it's on the record that I completely support the public process for redistricting. I appreciate the work that's been done. And if these are the 5 maps that we've landed on based on the public process, then these are the maps that go to the next phase of the public outreach meetings. And that is what I support.
Thank you. Councilmember Finn.
Yeah, I just have 2 comments. I take some grave offense to the implication of gerrymandering of the maps. And if we did get an opinion from an attorney that we wanted a second opinion on, I find that incredibly appropriate to get a second opinion. However, we have an attorney that represents us. So I would like to ask, are you in agreement with that second opinion that was provided?
I am in agreement with the second opinion that was provided.
Thank you. In my mind, that is the opinion that matters to us as the city council. That's who we have put into that position, and that is the one that I'm going to ask.
Thank you. Councilmember Dunn, I see that you want to speak again, and we are just about out of time, so if you can keep it to a minute, I will allow you to speak.
Thank you very much. So this second attorney, how was she chosen?
Mayor and council, we relied on our city attorney, but this attorney that gave the second opinion was actually the attorney that our consultant used during the mid-decade census redistricting process that we utilized. The consultant as well as this attorney during that process, approximately 4 years ago.
And was she also the same attorney that helped represent us on Huntington University?
I do not know that information.
Thank you.
Thank you. And so now these will go back out to the public again, and will come back to us for a vote on December 14th. So thanks for all of your hard work. I know that because of the delay in getting the census numbers, it was really hard and a really crunch time, but you've made great strides in making sure that as many people know about this and as many avenues as possible in such a short period of time. So may the force be with you as you go out one more time and get public opinion on these 5 maps. So thank you. Mr. Tyne, is that it?
Yes, that is. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And with that, we are adjourned until our 6 o'clock meeting in 4 minutes.
mayor and city council welcome you to the Peoria City Council meeting. As a courtesy to others, please silence all phones. If you would like to address an issue that is on the agenda, or if you would like to speak to the council regarding a non-agenda item, please complete a speaker request form, which can be found in the front lobby of the Peoria City Council chambers or in the tray to the left of the speaker's podium. Please place the completed speaker request form in the second tray to the left of the speaker's podium labeled Request to Speak. All speakers will have 3 minutes to complete their comments. A countdown clock is easily visible on the left side of the wall behind the City Council dais. Only items listed on the agenda may be addressed by the council. Since items presented as part of a speaker's request have not been listed on the agenda, and due to the requirements of open meeting laws, the council will be unable to respond to items presented as part of the speaker's request. However, please be aware that your comments will be noted. The speaker's name will be called to speak at the appropriate time, in the order that the forms were received. Thank you for your interest and participation in the Peoria City Council meeting.
The council will now come to order. Please rise for a moment of quiet reflection and the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilmember Binsbacher. Thank you. The clerk will please call the roll.
Mayor Carlett?
Here.
Vice Mayor Edwards?
Here.
Councilmember Finn?
Here.
Councilmember Binsbacher? Councilmember Pateta?
Here.
Councilmember Hunt?
Here?
Councilmember Dunn?
Here?
Youth Liaison Fierro?
Here.
Youth Liaison Rodriguez?
Here.
Good evening and welcome to the Peoria City Council special meeting of November 9th, 2021. First item on our agenda is the consent agenda. All items listed on the consent agenda are considered to be routine or have been previously reviewed and/or discussed by the City Council and will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items. If the presiding officer receives a timely notice of a request for removal, an item may be removed from the consent agenda for consideration on the regular agenda. Council, are there any items to be removed from consent?
Yes.
Councilmember Dunn?
I'd like to pull item 4C, 7C, 13C, 14C, and 15C.
Thank you. Councilmember Finn?
I would actually like to pull 1C, please.
1C, thank you. All right. Is there a motion on the consent agenda with the exception of items 1, 4, 7, 13, 14, and 15?
I'll motion.
We have a motion and a second. Council, please vote. And it passes unanimously. We will now take these items in order, and we will begin with item 1C.
I need to amend my, I think it's actually 3C. I think it's 3C that I needed to pull.
It was 3
Yeah,
instead of
as I looked
1?
if I looked at the revised, it's 3. It's the minutes that I would like to pull.
All right, thank you.
I apologize for that.
So do we need to make a different motion on the consent agenda vote?
Yes, because the consent agenda was already approved, so I think we need to.
This is going to so tie into what I want to talk about. It's like a perfect tie-in to what I want to talk
Okay,
about.
so can we re-vote on the consent agenda with the exception
Yes,
of these items?
I would say that you want to pull your vote back and make a new motion on the consent agenda.
Okay, so someone who made a motion needs to rescind it? Is that
Yes,
correct?
correct.
And who made those motions?
Receive.
Yeah, who made those motions on the consent agenda?
I did.
Okay,
I make a motion now that we accept item 3C, previously removed.
okay, that's close.
I think we need a motion to rescind.
To what?
Rescind it.
Rescind the
To
motion to
rescind.
approve the consent agenda.
Rescind your motion.
Okay, I do that. I rescind.
Excellent, thank you.
Anything else you want me to do?
And who second?
Who seconded it? All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Well,
Aye.
No.
Aye.
aye. There we go. Okay, Councilmember Dunn voted no. Is that correct? And everyone else voted yes or no? Boy, we are off to a bad start here. Council, please vote.
Take our buttons away. What are we voting on?
Okay, it passes with the exception of Councilmember Dunn. All right. We are now going to vote on the consent agenda with the exception of items 3, 4, 7, 13, 14, and 15. Is there a motion? We have a motion and a second. Council, please vote.
I'm not touching them.
Councilmember Dunn, are you going to vote?
I tried to push my vote. It's not registering. I've pushed it 3
Okay.
times.
All right, can she vote just verbally?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, it passes unanimously. We will now move on to the items that have been pulled from consent, and we will begin with item 3C.
Thank you, Mayor. I can't believe that I actually screwed it up when I'm trying to talk about the process of the meeting, so I apologize. It might look like I did that on purpose, but I swear I didn't. So I pulled this because I just wanted to maybe just remind council that our dais should be following Robert's Rules of Order, and there are ways to do things on the dais, and there are ways not to do things on the dais, to hold each other accountable to what we're doing, the way the direction of the meeting might be going or not going. I handed everyone should have got it, gave one to the city manager as well. It's just the Robert Rules of Order. It's kind of a cheat sheet, simplified version. If you want to do something in the meeting, how to get it done. And to be quite honest with you, I just think that as of late, we've gone off topic quite frequent. There's been political theater up here that doesn't need to exist. And I think we should be following the process of Robert's Rules. And I think that is what we've all agreed to. And that's what we should be doing. So that's the only reason I pulled it. Just want to remind and just provide everybody the cheat sheet.
All right.
Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Do we have a motion on item 3C?
I have a request to speak.
Yes. Councilmember Dunn?
Thank you. So I emailed our city attorney not too long ago about sending this Robert's Rules of Order and several other things about splintering quorums. And basically, I was told, and it's in my email, so if anybody would like to pull it, that we can't send this, so. But now, all of a sudden, that we're doing that because, I'm asking some tough questions. So anyways, it's just a comment. Thank you.
Do we have a motion on item 3C? We have a motion and a second. Council, please vote. And it passes unanimously. All right, we will now move on to item 4C. Item 4C is board and commission appointments. Councilmember Dunn, you pulled this. What would you like to ask?
So on the council boards and commission appointments, I have said often that out of all the positions, there's 5 appointees into the Pine District. And I do know that it's picked by a process. The mayor chooses 3 individuals from council, and they're the ones that oversee this process. But the other thing is, and I'd just like to ask a question, because we are renewing commission appointees, because it's been said that there's nobody to fill those, or people haven't stepped up to the plate. I have, though, been told in the community by multiple constituents that they have applied and haven't either been appointed because of lack of qualification, different reasons. Last but not least, I'd also like to ask if there is any criteria that these commission appointments look like the community. Is it, is there representation across the community, not only by district, but, you know, diversity. So that's a question that I'd like to ask maybe our attorney, maybe the mayor, maybe Jeff.
Mayor and Council, a couple, just quick items. So just for edification for our audience, there is a subcommittee of the City Council that is assigned to identify and to select from the various committee applicants. And so what happens is, for a number of these, we will receive applications. They are really based depending on the different committee that there are. Some of them really require certain subject matter expertise. Some we're really looking at folks that have been engaged in the community. And then there's also pieces about making sure that there is good representation of the overall community. I think all of those factors, as I understand, have been discussed in the various subcommittee meetings. So for the various items that we had tonight, for example, we do have recommendations that the subcommittee puts forward based off of applicants. Sometimes you have more applicants than others on those, and I'm happy to go through those individuals if you would like. Hope that addresses the question, Councilmember.
And there is a complete council policy and information booklet that has to do with all of our boards and commissions that calls out each one of them. Councilmember Patena?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Dunn, I'd like to respond to your concerns. I've been on this committee now, I don't know, 6 or 7 years. I've chaired it twice. We make our choices based on interest, experience, their desire to want to volunteer for the city of Peoria, and most importantly, qualifications. Now, the one thing that I do when I'm out at meetings and with my constituents, I take applications with me, and I ask the people if they're interested in volunteering for the city, working with the government, and if they are interested, I give them an application. I also put it on my e-blast. So if you're looking to get more people in the Pine Districts, you need to look within. You need to start asking your constituents, are they interested? You need to send it out in your e-blast, are they interested? I've ran this meeting now for 6 or 7 years. I've been on this committee. It's an open meeting. I have yet to see you at one meeting. I've seen other council people there. I've never seen you. So if you're interested, come to a meeting. See how we make our choices. See what we do and how we do it. That might answer your questions.
Mayor?
Thank you. Councilmember Dunn?
So I have been to meetings. As the mayor, I wasn't aware that you were at all these meetings, Mr. Patena. So you're at every meeting? So you're at every Planning and Zoning Commission meeting? Because I was on Planning and Zoning, and I hate to, tell on myself, but, the mayor basically got me appointed to that. I didn't have any experience in planning and zoning. I don't know how that was done. I know the other person in the Pine District, So a lot of things are set up here, but again, I am calling out for transparency. Thank you.
Councilmember Patena?
Thank you, Mayor. I have been on, like I said, this committee 6 or 7 years. We have never one time chosen a candidate by district. And if it's up to me, I would never do that by district. We're looking for the best people with the best qualifications, the best experience, and the people who really want to serve the city. That's the criteria all of us look for who sit on that board, and that's what we're going to continue to look for.
Councilmember Finn? Oh, okay. All right. Seeing no further discussion, I do have a speaker request form from Mr. Michael Gamble. If you would please come to the podium and state your name and address. Oh, I'm sorry. Is it Michelle? I'm so sorry.
It's Michael.
Michael, thank you.
Yes, Gamble. And I am a city resident of Peoria.
Please state
A
your
bachelor's
address
degree
for
in
the
criminal justice, worked and retired from the Department of Corrections. Very qualified candidate. And my question is about the boards and the commissions that I've applied for, heard nothing. And I was a teacher, a university instructor. And so my question is, if the qualified candidates are selected, where are the demographics as far as each commission and board is made up? Does it represent the community? I live in the community. I've been here 17 years. I've heard nothing from from Bill, since you're the chairman of the board and you select the individuals. I've applied and I've heard nothing. Not a call, not a letter, not even a rejection. So I am bothered and interested in how the selection process is culminated. How do you do that? And where are the statistics that you keep a record of each board and how those individuals are selected? Is it demographics? Is it diversity? Who's representing our community that you are selecting? That was my, that's what I have to say.
All right. Do we,
Mayor and Council, I'll make sure that we respond to this, and obviously it's not appropriate for council to respond to this item, but I will absolutely check to see if indeed the individual is not receiving information back on notification. So we'll, the clerk's office and I will reach with them.
okay, so we're going to look at notifications, and we are going to look at our policy, which obviously is available for members of our public to see at any time, and we will make sure that you know where that is. All right. So, item 4C. Is there a motion?
Second.
We have a motion and a second on item 4C. Council, please vote. And it passes with the exception of Councilmember Dunn. All right, we will now move on to item 7C. Intergovernmental agreement, City of Phoenix, City of Glendale, Butler Drive Water Reclamation Facility, wastewater bypass. I will turn that over to Mr. Tyne.
Great, thank you, Mayor and Council. And so this is discussion and action to approve an intergovernmental agreement with the cities of Phoenix and Glendale, allowing for wastewater from the Peoria wastewater collection system to enter the 99th Avenue interceptor sewer line. I think we're aware the Water Services Department continually assesses its readiness and its ability to manage in emergency situations, and we do that, of course, through a number of different areas. And I know that we do have Kate Powers, our Water Services Director, here to also recognize that. In this specific instance, one of those is to deal with the end-of-line facility that collects and treats wastewater in southern Peoria, and this would be an additional route should it be needed to address those flows. There would be no additional cost on any of the entities. This would just, the cost that would be incurred for just for that service if it was applied. But we're here to address any questions you may have.
Do you have questions, Councilmember Dunn?
I would like maybe Kate Powers to come up and explain this to the Pine District, because this is located in the Pine District, just for some explanation, if we could.
Are you referring to the Butler wastewater treatment plant?
I'm actually referring to that and the lift station as well on Butler, or in the Pine District.
Butler is not in the Pine District.
No, I know I understand that.
Thank you, Mayor. Is there any specific question you have, council member?
I just wanted a quick overview in the interest of, transparency, so the public can see what we're voting on.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm happy to do that for you. At a very basic level, this supplies us a backup plan. It's an insurance policy should something happen to what we call the influent pump station, which is a pump station I think you referred to. It's down on Northern Avenue. It pumps a significant amount of wastewater every day to the Butler wastewater treatment plant. In the event that there should be an unforeseen emergency, there's currently a physical system in place such that water would overflow from the pipes that are currently installed into a pipe onto 99th Avenue, and the sewage would flow down 99th Avenue all the way down into Phoenix, into the what's called the 91st Street sewer treatment plant. It's a regional sewer treatment plant that Scottsdale and other folks in wastewater too. So what this agreement does is it really outlines if we have an unforeseen emergency and sewer does end up in the line flowing down 91st Street to the 91st Street facility, how that is handled from an administrative standpoint, how the flow is recorded, how the strength of the flow is recorded, and how the bill is paid to accommodate that flow. We would only use this in the case of emergency. It's a backup for the backups that are currently in place.
So on page 6 of this agreement, it says that Phoenix will use SROG rates from the most annual year to for the end settlement. Basically, it's saying that we are responsible to pick up the costs, the full cost for any unforeseen emergency on this. Is that correct?
Mayor and Council, that's correct. I mean, if you put yourself into, say, the city of Phoenix's shoes, and they're extending to us an opportunity to allow us to send sewer to them and for them to treat it, they would logically want to be reimbursed for the treatment costs of the sewage that we send them, so they're asking for that. They're also asking for any miscellaneous expenses that they might incur as a result of us sending sewage to them. And they want to be reimbursed for those costs. I think that's a reasonable request on their part. And it could include testing, it could include inspections. This overflow might last 5 minutes, it might last a day, depending on what the emergency might be.
And can you just, because I did not know, I mean, again, we have a pretty big book here to go through in about 3 days, but there's a SROG rate. Can you explain how that's determined and what that rate is?
Yeah, so SROG stands for Sub-Regional Operating Group. It is a group of all the people who participate in the 91st Street wastewater treatment plant. They're not, we're not a member, so I don't know all the details, but I can tell you that on a yearly basis, they go through and they audit the amount of flow that goes to that plant by each of the contributing constituents. They also take, you're going to love the detail, they take samples of the sewage and they determine how much solids and how much quote-unquote loading there is in the sewage. The loading determines the cost to treat the water. It's not just the same liquid from every community. And what they do is they put it through a series of calculations to determine the relative costs that each of those entities has to pay for the sewage flow from their entities. And it varies. It can vary anywhere from, I think it's 80 cents to $1.30 per 1,000 gallons to treat that water to 91st Street.
Thank you. I had always planned on voting yes for this, but I did want some information. As you know, I've been out to the facility that was mentioned. But again, I wanted some transparency and for people to see, what we're doing. So I appreciate the information, Kate.
You're very welcome. Mayor and Council, any further questions?
Anyone else?
Thank you.
Seeing none, would the council please, I need a motion and a second, please.
So moved.
Second.
Council, please vote. And it passes unanimously. And now we'll move on to item 13C, which appointment of administrative hearing officers. Mr. Time?
Great. I will begin, and we have Ms. Hickman that can also address any questions that there might be on this. The city code does require the city to appoint administrative hearing officers for various reasons: personnel, tax licensing, and land use matters. The current administrative hearing officer 2-year terms are planned to expire December 31st, 2021. Some of those hearing officers, by the way, are designated to hear matters within only their specific legal expertise. Others have broader backgrounds on that. So we can address any questions that you have, or attempt to address any questions you have.
Thank you. Ms. Dunn, do you have some questions that you weren't able to find in your council packet?
I do. I read my council packet thoroughly again. So, yes, I do have some questions, so thank you. So, it's actually about 3 questions. So what's the process for selecting or recommending the administrating hearing officers, and who's involved?
The process is, well, for these specific hearing officers, they've been hearing officers with the city previously, The only new hearing officer is Doug Jordan for land use and exactions. Doug Jordan has been practicing for, from 1978 to the present. He actually wrote the land use law manual that's relied on in the state of Arizona for all practicing land use attorneys. He's been a hearing officer for Maricopa County. He was the town attorney for Paradise Valley many years ago. He has extensive municipal experience, so we have added him to the list. The city attorney's office goes out and looks for qualified attorneys that are also mediators and serve as administrative hearing officers, often for other jurisdictions. But again, in this case, there was only one new one this year. I will also say that they serve at deeply discounted rates, and it's often difficult to find an attorney of this caliber that's willing to do this kind of work for the type of rates that we pay for this type of service.
So is there an RFQ or RFP process?
No, there is not an RFP or an RFQ process.
And the city does pay for these officers, is that correct?
That is correct.
Then I'm wondering, how can they be impartial when the city pays for them?
Well, because these individuals also have ethical responsibilities to not favor one party or the other. So in certain situations, as in with the personnel board, the city code calls out how the process works, and we're responsible for providing an administrative hearing officer. I can't imagine a situation in which we would require the employee to pay for part of those proceedings. So the city does bear the cost for those.
So reading through 13C, 3 of the 4 attorneys focus on employee relations, and the other one is basically land use. And correct?
That is correct. And frankly, it's because the personnel board is the administrative process that will generally have, at least one hearing per year.
So, I did, again, I read through it, and they specialize in, employee grievances. So my last question is, do we have a lot of employees filing grievances?
We have not had an employee matter that's gone to administrative hearing officer this year, nor do I believe we had one last year in 2020. Probably the last time we had one was in 2019. But they do happen, maybe once or twice a year. But again, we haven't had one in 2020 or 2021.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Answers my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All right, do I have a motion on item 14C? We have a motion? Do we have a second? Second. A motion and a second. Council, please vote. And it passes with the exception of Councilmember Dunn. We will now move on to item 15C, authorized sale and issuance of general obligation bonds, Series 2021.
Mayor,
And
just to
I
make
ask
sure,
Mr. Todd?
is 14C also
Oh,
identified?
excuse me, did
Is
I
that
miss
correct?
one? Were we at 13? 13 was appointment of administrative hearing officers, and 14 is fiscal year 2021 year-end budget amendments. Now am I back? Fiscal year 2021 year-end budget amendments and fiscal year 2022 first quarter budget amendments and carryovers. There we go, 14C. Mr. Tyne.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So this would be discussion and possible action to approve year-end budget amendments and the quarterly budget amendments. We do have our staff here to be able to address specific items. The thing to mention here is remembering that there is both the financial circumstances and then there's the legal authority. In these instances, these are all cleanup items or carryover, meaning that it wasn't spent in the prior year and carried forward. So there is no fiscal burden that is listed in any of these items. So while you might see something like a closeout of a fund, so let's place it in the right location, or carrying over from the past, there would not be a fiscal burden that would be impacted on these. But we do have staff to address individual questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Dunn, do you have a question?
I do. Thank you, Mayor. Capital, basically, it has capital adjustments of $12,141,310. And so, and again, I I spoke to our finance director, Mr. Burke, yesterday, and again, 14C, there is category after category that was not put on here as far as, you know, the project or grant number is on there, other information is missing, so you can't really tell what these are for. And so what I would like to ask before, you know, I ask any more questions, if I could get a motion to table this item and have a work session.
Mayor, if I may, absolutely, is that a motion or we'll have to?
It would need a second.
All right, we have a motion to table this item, and it would require a second. There is not a second.
Thank you. So on this, since there's not a second, my questions are, again, $12 million, and again, you cannot tell what any of these are. I had a long conversation with Mr. Burke. He couldn't even tell me what these categories were at the time. It's basically clear as mud. I know we're not getting a second here to table it, and, you know, I'll drop it. But I think in the spirit of transparency, I really hope we could quit putting all these dollar amounts on a consent agenda, these high dollar amounts. It's concerning to me. That's all I have. Thank you.
Council, is there any discussion, or would you like to make any further comments? I would just like to say something. Mr. Burke, when you spoke to Councilmember Dunn, were you able to answer her questions?
Mayor, Councilmember Dunn, no, I was not able to answer all of her questions, although she asked for, her question was about the specific codes associated with some of the numbers and letters that you see in the thing. This is just a screenshot essentially from our software, and the best I was able to provide her was a appendix that decodes each one of those. Just wasn't enough time to go through each of those.
If I may, I apologize. It's probably important to just clarify, and then please let us know if we're looking at wanting a different kind of format. So you'll see in the detail of this that there is a description comment on each one of the transactions and the dollar amounts. And what we're referring to is the chart of accounts codes that's within there. The main reason for that is very important for staff that we have a record from our county on debits and credits that we can absolutely kind of tie back to that reference. But the point being is that within the comments, we hope that that brings up and identifies each one of what these items are. If there is an interest in us clarifying more information, by all means, please let us know.
Thank you. Councilmember Finn?
I was just going to ask the question, is your system that this is pulled out of, you know, I know our enterprise system that we use at my work doesn't provide that level of detail either. I can run the report, and if there's specific questions that we have, hey, can you explain what this $1.3 million expense is, that would not be an undue burden to go find that specific. I just made that number up if you're looking to write it down. I saw that pen come up. Okay. But it doesn't just automatically, the system like ours wouldn't just spit it right out with, here's yeah, okay. That makes total sense to me.
Mayor, Councilmember Finn, you're absolutely correct. I mean, there's kind of two parts to it. We're blending two different systems. One is just pulling from the software, which is, you know, running a chart of accounts, and then we're adding an explanation at the bottom of it.
Okay, that would be very similar to what I use. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Dunn, did you have another comment?
I do, thank you. So on the, again, the descriptions and what I was sent, you're asking us to vote on this and not supplying the information. And one of the questions, direct questions that I asked yesterday, Mr. Burke, was, you know, again, can we get this information, which we didn't have included on it. And I was told that it would take 8 hours, up to 8 hours to put on this information. Again, it's really hard for me to, you know, spend the time to review all this in 3 days and then vote on something that I don't have all the information. Now, I did get the information on these categories today about 1 o'clock before a council member meeting. And so if it takes you 8 hours, I'm pretty sure I couldn't have put all that on, between now and, that time. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Is there a motion on item 15C? Excuse me, I am still on item 14C. I will get that right. Is there a motion on item 14C? All right.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Council, please vote. And it passes once again with the exception of Councilmember Dunn. Now we are on item 15C. Authorized sale and issuance of general obligation bonds, Series 2021. Mr. Tyne? Thank you.
Mayor, Councilmember Dunn, is there a particular question on this one? I do have our financial advisor in the audience so that he can assist with this if necessary.
Yes, Councilmember Dunn.
So again, I would also like to make a motion to table this agenda item to future dates as a study session. If we could get a second.
There is no second.
Thank you.
You do, okay. Councilmember Vinsbacher?
Thank you, Mayor. So if I'm understanding this correctly, this agenda item is actually authorizing the sale and issuance of general bond obligations in the amount of $67 million. This is a budget authority previously approved by the council. I believe these items that are included in this are from our CIP. And if I remember correctly, again, we had quite a few study sessions leading up to actually voting on the CIP. And if I remember correctly, that vote was unanimous in favor of the CIP. And again, I'm raising that history, but the matter at hand on 15C is yes or no on whether or not we issue the authority to sell and issue general obligation bonds in this amount for this purpose.
And if I might add to that, we had a study session on this, a full study session, at the very last council meeting on October 26th. And all of the projects that are included in these bonds, the projects were approved by the council in May of this current year. So we have already heard all of these and voted on all of these, and that's the reason that it's on consent at this time. Councilmember Dunn, would you like to speak?
Yeah, I pressed the buttons. Thank you. They were approved by council based on staff's recommendation. So I'd just like to point that out. And again, when we're getting information, I'll hold up the book again like this, and we don't have all the information, maybe the time. Again, we're voting on staff recommendation for these things.
Point of information, please, Mayor.
Councilmember
We
Vinsbacher?
officially adopted the CIP. These items were in the CIP, and now we're voting on giving the authors the authority to sell and issue general obligation bonds in this amount. These are very important items that have already been voted on. And again, I apologize to our viewing audience today. This is the implication that we are lacking transparency is very disturbing to me. This is a very transparent process. These documents are all public. These study sessions and meetings are all public, and anyone can seek out this information. Furthermore, as council members, we are fortunate enough to be supported by a wealth of knowledge and information. I don't take issue with asking questions whatsoever, Councilmember Dunn, or any council member asking questions. I think there is a process that we need to respect, and staff is available all the time to help us understand what it is we're voting on, should we have those questions. We officially adopted that CIP plan back in May. It was unanimous. Today, we have item 15C. I motion to approve item 15C.
Thank you. Is there a second? We have a motion and a second. Council, please vote. And it passes with the exception of Councilmember Dunn. We have now completed our consent agenda, and we'll move on to our regular agenda and new business with item 23R, Contract Lutheran Social Services, I-HELP Homeless Shelter Services. I'll turn it over to Mr. Tyne.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. And we have Chris Hallett, our Neighborhood and Human Services Director, will present a contract for council consideration regarding an opportunity to help Peoria residents in need of basic services and shelter. And with that, I'll pass it to Mr. Hallett.
Thank you, Mr. Tyne. Mayor and Council, very excited for, this is one of 2 consecutive items we're going to present to you today for consideration. This council has adopted a number of resources to be able to use to assist those Peorians experiencing homelessness just in the last 2 years. If you remember, we have an emergency shelter bed contract with Central Arizona Shelter Services down at the Human Service Campus, and we also, you've awarded us contract funds for Phoenix Rescue Mission, who can go out, navigate, do outreach, and transport them to that location if that's a desired location for them. What we found out in a very involved, and several of you are involved in a lot of regional discussions around homelessness and the strategic plan that the region is trying to put forth together, is there's a drastic need for additional services throughout the region. And whereas we don't have any specific right here in Peoria, as we know, what we've learned is a lot of homeless would much prefer to stay close to quote-unquote home, their region that they're experiencing the homelessness, where it originated at. In that vein, and with the addition of some new funding sources that we've had, we are here today on 23R to present to you Lutheran Social Services I-HELP Homeless Shelter Services Contract. We do have in attendance members from Lutheran Social Services. We have Connie Phillips and Robert Sanders, the leadership there. And so with that, excuse me, what is I-HELP? I-HELP stands for Interfaith Homeless Emergency Lodging Program, and it uses the faith-based community, churches, houses of worship, to get volunteers to house men and women, singles, in their unused space in the evening of the week. And they do it on a rotating basis throughout the week. And their goal is to get up to 10 to 12 beds per location per night of the week. They've been providing this service for 11 years in the Valley. They started out in Mesa in 2010, and it's nice to see a lot of West Valley influence. Since then, they've come all the way, and now we're here at our doorstep here in Peoria in response to an RFP we had put out. What the contract will entail is they're going to start out immediately with 2 nights per week of up to 2 clients at a minimum. And they're going to utilize those other cities' shelter beds that are available in the proximity while they develop relationships with our own churches in Peoria in the proximity. With the goal of up to 6 months, expanding it to a minimum of 4 shelters nights per week. And the goal is to keep increasing this over the course of time. The 1-year goal is to be able to serve 60 individuals with 1,800 bed nights. Again, ultimately, we would like to be able to serve everybody. This is a great addition to our toolbox, what we already have in place. It's going to be right in our backyard. It gives the choice to our homeless as to where they might be able to be sheltered for that night. All beds are accessed through regional coordinated entry. This is very important. A lot of people will think of shelter and immediately think that there's people camping outside waiting to get in, and that's not how the I-HELP, either of the 2 models we're presenting here tonight, would work. They're coordinated through Phoenix Rescue Mission or other coordinated entry points that are in the region, and then they would be transported. It's a destination. It's not a walk-up service delivery model. While they're there, they would be working very closely with them, providing case management services, being provided a night's sleep, a hot meal, educational job training opportunities, basic needs, hygiene, identification, coordination. So they run the whole gamut that the coordinated entry and the regional system has to provide for services through their case management provisions. Oh, let's see, I think there is one more. Again, yeah, that is actually it in a nutshell. So they would be a great addition to our service, the contract. So staff would be recommending contracting with Lutheran Social Services for initial 3-year contract period with 2 additional 1-year extensions. Again, this was obtained through an RFP. This would be at the cost not to exceed $200,000 per year. It would provide shelter services that are not currently available here in Peoria to those singles, men and women in Peoria, and it would be funded with our American Rescue Plan Act funds. Any
Thank you.
questions?
Councilmember Hunt?
Chris, do we get to know where this is located, or is it like a domestic violence shelter where they remain very private?
Mayor and council, I'm not sure it's that private. Right now, they don't exist because we have to coordinate with each of the churches and see if they can volunteer, provide a volunteer base and some space. These are not domestic violence locations, so I don't believe they would be.
No, I knew that. I just didn't know. What was the picture you showed with all the beds? Is that
It's
just a
just
dream?
No, it's just a picture with beds in it to exemplify the shelter. What they do, generally, they'll have 2 different spaces, one for men and one for women.
Okay.
They'll have cots or mats, I believe they use. It's all coordinated. The homeless show up
Is it
at
in one place, Chris, right
each
now?
night is a different place. So they rotate amongst the faith base that they contract with that to provide the
But
shelter
are
for.
these all right now in Peoria?
There are none right now in Peoria. We don't have a contract in place with them to provide this service. So what they would do, initially, they're going to work with the other shelters they already have in place in Surprise, Goodyear, Glendale, for up to 2 clients, 2 nights per week, where they would meet where the centralized location is for all of them to meet, and they'd be transported to the Wednesday night shelter. And then they are helped to get to their places of employment during the day, or if they're working with a case manager, and then they report to the transportation location and get transferred to the Thursday night shelter, which is a different location. So they will work to have a different location up to 7 nights a week for shelter provision.
Okay, I'm all for these programs. You know me well enough to know that. But, and I won't vote against this, I'll actually support the motion. But with our beds at Cass, we've had very few of our homeless that want to leave to be taken in there because they leave all their stuff, they lose their place. They want to stay right around here. So if this is not even one of them in Peoria, why do we think that it will be successful?
Mayor and council, the goal is to have all of the shelter nights at Peoria churches and Faith House of Worship.
Okay, I get it then. They're just not there
not-
yet, but that's the plan.
Yes.
Okay. Well, then unless someone else has a question, I will move to accept this and welcome to Peoria.
I have a question.
Yes.
Hi, good evening. I was wondering if there's anything that Peoria residents can do to contribute to this, whether it's volunteering or making donations?
Mayor and council and youth liaison, that's an excellent idea and question. Yes, absolutely. Everybody we work with in the homeless region depends upon both entities tonight on volunteers. So I'm sure Lutheran Social Services would love the addition of volunteers, whether they're youth or other in the area. So yes, spread the word. They would be happy to have more volunteers.
Thank you.
Especially if you have any interaction or connections with any of the interfaith community.
Councilmember Binsbacher?
I withdraw.
You withdraw?
Thank you so
Okay,
much.
yes.
Nice to meet you. I'm Youth Council Liaison Savannah Rodriguez. And I do have a question about, I know you were talking about males and females, and it seemed like mostly adults. Are youth really accepted into like those homeless shelters, even if they're not per se 18, but like 17?
Mayor and council and youth liaison, these are strictly for adults. When they want to congregate adult male and women together. We do have other resources. Our outreach provider has other resources, generally more acceptable resources for youth and families. CAS is able to handle families, so if it's a family coordination, and we do work with a lot of other providers for homeless youth. Specifically, you want to keep them in their own category.
Thank you both for those questions. I appreciate you chiming in and into the debate. So,
I second the motion.
the motion and a second. Council, please vote. And it passes unanimously. Thank you. And now we will move on to item 24R, Contract Deep Within Rehab, Homeless Shelter Services. Mr. Tyne.
Thank you, and we do have Mr. Howlett, again, our Neighborhood and Human Services Director, to continue discussion on another potential partnership opportunity for your consideration. Thanks, Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Tyne. Yes, Mayor and Council, happy to have a second tool to add to our toolbox. Item 24R is contracting with Deep Within Recovery. They are a gem of a volunteer group. When you ask that question, they've been around for 17 years providing recovery right in our backyard. Most people don't even know they exist there. They're a very quiet partner, but a very strong one. They participate in our neighborhood pride. They work with the Cardinals and all the local businesses that surround them. And they really provide a much needed service, not just for the businesses, but the young men that they're helping to serve. It is a men's only recovery service right now. So what is Deep Within? It currently is a substance abuse recovery and will continue to be that way. I want to be very clear. That's what it currently is. It has 34 beds. It does provide shelter and support services for men the past 17 years, and helps them get through their recovery. It's family owned and operated, and we also have their owner operators here as well. I've got a picture of them, but you can see them live here. We have daughter Tricia Casada and mother Cindy Humes. So welcome them. They are really staunch supporters of Peoria out in the community. They do lots of volunteer work. Again, there are no current shelter beds available. This would be another option that we would have in our toolbox in addition to CAS, which has its strengths and has some options, but it is quite a distance. This would be right in our own backyard. It already exists here. It would utilize the capacity that they have. They offer and operate a 6-month recovery program for men, adult men. Generally speaking, they have about a capacity, they fill about 75% of those beds who enter into that program. And so the 25%, which happens to meet what a zoning allowance would be for a secondary use, the primary use, again, will continue to be the recovery center. So secondarily, we'd be able to, and here, this case would be contract with them for up to 8 beds per night, that's 25%. It would provide 3 meals a day, hygiene items, case management. The number one thing here, compared to CAS, if you remember the CAS contract, we have to give the reservation bed nights. We have to give those beds up by 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Most of the time when our officers and or outreach providers are out there working with our homeless population, it's usually late in the evening after parks are closed and other things, and those beds are no longer available. This will provide a 24/7 access to both our police officers and our outreach navigators to be able to immediately take them to an available bed. That's far and above what we currently have, and it really is going to help us move the needle on getting people into services to end their homelessness. They provide not just night shelter, but all-day shelter, case management services until they're able to navigate them into more permanent housing. Of course, they have a substance abuse problem. They have a program right there in place that they can help them with. Again, similar to the iHelp model and CAS, all beds accessed through a regional coordinated entry. It's not a walk-up and be served, service delivery modeled. Their goal would be in the first year to serve up to 90 individuals and providing 2,900 bed nights. Again, this is a big addition to how we're able to handle those experiencing homelessness in our region to get them to end that homelessness in a more rapid fashion in a local one, and again, providing one more option for them to be able to participate. So with that, we would recommend contracting with Deep Within. It is a single source provider. It would be a 3-year contract with 2 additional 1-year extensions, not to exceed $215,000 per year, and then this also would be funded with the American Rescue Plan Act funds.
Thank you. Councilmember Hunt?
Well, I'm surprised you said they've been here 17 years because I don't remember a time I haven't known them and worked with them. I would have said 20. And I just have to say, when their founder and when Lee passed away from COVID at the first of the COVID season, you know, they could have gone either way because Cindy was sick, the whole family was sick, and they not only survived, I think Lee's spirit that he had set provided them and their reliance on God, to be perfectly honest, provided them with the impetus that they are taking Deep Within to a whole new level, including us. So I think it provides naturally what we've wanted for our beds. They're right there. They do a great service. So I am really happy that this is coming to fruition. I do have a quick question. Are we letting our contract with Cass go then? Since it
Mayor,
probably has-
Councilmember, so we are renewing the CAS contract. It does provide flexibility. Again, Deep Within is men, adult men only. iHelp is adult men and women. CAS offers the widest variety. iHelp has a faith-based model. We have to have some non-faith-based options as
Oh,
well.
okay.
So it helps to have all these available to us to best meet the needs of our homeless.
I guess I would like to see, at your convenience, seriously, just the numbers on how many CAS beds we've used and male, female, that kind of thing, just to know how valuable they have been to us or not. Okay, well, I very happily move to accept this and to accept Deep Within into our part of our organization.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. We have a request to speak from Councilmember Dunn.
Thank you. This is in the Pine District, and I have personally worked with not only Lee, Cindy, Tricia, for quite some time. Not only, have provided district funds, but also helped with, personal donations. I say that because we all need to, be together and support each other, and I really believe in that. And one of the things, having the experience with Lee, this is a legacy, and now your legacy is continued through you two. And the work, I must say, I've looked at CAS and their model, and they do have a great operation, but unfortunately, the people aren't there, like if they're using a bed, then, in the daytime, you're kind of just out in the streets. That's not the case with Deep Within. Deep Within guides these men, and for sometimes many years, they get them working, they get them back on their feet, their families, they put families back together. The other thing is, I know when we had COVID, hit everybody pretty hard, and Lee passed away from COVID. But the thing is not only did the community step up, I know council has pretty much been involved with them as well, but also some of the other churches in the community. And that has been, Lutheran Services was mentioned earlier, but also with this, I can't tell you how important it is for all of us to link arms and to work together for this. So I am very grateful that this is moving forward. They provide a good service. Our police are able to drop off individuals at all hours. That's not always the case with some of these shelters. So again, I would like to personally thank Tricia and Cindy and Lee as well. So thank you. I'm very grateful for this. Thank you.
All right, we already have a motion and a second. Council, please vote. And it passes unanimously. Thank you all. All right, we are now on to item 25R, which is minor general plan amendment Speedway, northwest corner, Northern Avenue and 99th Avenue. And that will be heard in conjunction with 26R, which is the rezone of the same property. And I will turn it over to Mr. Tyne.
Great, and as Mayor had mentioned, these are action items, and we do have Chris Hawkes, our Planning and Community Development Director, to present on these items. And Chris will be presenting on a number of different land use items here going forward. So thank you. I'll pass it to Mr. Hawkes.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Tyne, and good evening, Mayor and Council. As indicated, 25R and 26R are associated cases. One is an associated minor general plan amendment, and the other one is a rezone. So what we'll do is we'll provide one presentation and at the end, ask for separate actions on these cases. So the applicant this evening is Ben Tate or Jason Morris from Withy Morris. They represent the Speedway Company. So the cases pertain to a 2.87 acre site. It's identified in red on the screen. It's located at the northwest corner of 99th Avenue and Northern Avenue. As I indicated, there are two requests tonight. One is to amend the general plan land use designation, and the second one is a rezone for that site to what's called a planned area development, which is a customized type of zoning district with specific standards in place. So if the cases are approved tonight, this would facilitate a fueling station and a convenience store at the hard corner and a future commercial pad immediately north of the service station. In terms of context, the site is positioned at a signalized intersection of two major arterials. It is located a short distance from the Park West development, which we all know is a major destination consisting of retail, dining, and entertainment options intermixed with residential provide that desired synergy. And if we look at the location a little bit closer, here we go, there's the site. West and north of the site is land that's owned by the city of Peoria. So the facility to the west is a Peoria influent pump station. It was the subject of an earlier consent item. And then the parcel directly to the north, that is a vacant city-owned parcel that doesn't have a use projected yet, but it is potentially an expansion parcel for the pump station use. North of the city property is a multifamily development called Prescott at Park West that's currently under construction here. To the east is 99th Avenue and the Park West development, and to the south is vacant land that's currently within the city of Glendale that's designated for business park uses. At the southeast corner, there is a development that is pending with the city of Glendale by Thompson Thrift that proposes a mix of commercial and residential land uses at the corner. So despite, I talked about earlier about the synergy of Park West and it being a destination. So what would appear to be a very favorable location, arguably the parcel was somewhat of an orphan parcel. We'll talk more about its position later. But notwithstanding the suitability issues being next to a wastewater facility, the parcel was disconnected from the critical mass of Park West. It does have intervening parcels, that being the city-owned parcels there. I want to talk about the current zoning. So the current zoning of the site is general agricultural, and it's been zoned that way since 1977 when the site was annexed into the city. Now the ag zone is really what we call a holding zone, and what that means is that we keep land in a less intense state until it's ready to be developed. And then at that point, we look to the general plan for guidance on how that parcel develops. In this case, the applicant is proposing to rezone the parcel to a planned area development. So while the applicant intends to build a gas station and convenience store on the corner with a future commercial pad, the PA district that was proposed closely resembles the city's C2 or intermediate commercial zoning district with stated land use exceptions. So on the screen, you can see some of those land uses that were eliminated from the use listing in that PAD. The C2 district advances the general plan land use designation of commercial, which is what the applicant is seeking. So let me talk about the general plan land use designation and proposed change there. So what you see on the screen is the general plan 2040 land use map, and this was a, as you know, the general plan was ratified last November. All of the property that's south, that includes the power line corridor and south of that to the city limits is designated with a new category called mixed use Main Street. It's a designation that contemplates a wide range of commercial, office, employment, and residential, really in a downtown format. And if you go to Park West, you have that Main Street feel to it. On this site, the applicant is seeking to redesignate the 2.87 acres to our general commercial land use designation. So they've argued, and it is true, that prior to the 24 land use plan that we ratified, the prior land use designation was neighborhood commercial. So this proposal would have been in alignment with that prior one. So when we take a deeper dive at the land use designation and we evaluate the land use appropriateness, again, as I mentioned in that first slide, the site is landlocked with developability constrained given its location next to a wastewater pump station, which could present some odor issues for potential users. It also appears decidedly unlikely that the site could meet the expectations of the mixed-use Main Street in any meaningful manner, given that it is somewhat remote from the energy of Park West, and it does serve somewhat of an orphan parcel. So commercial really appears to be the better fit. It provides for local and regional goods and services, typically for an auto-borne clientele along arterial roadways. So let's talk briefly about the development plan. So this is some renderings that the applicant provided at the northwest corner of 99th and Peoria. On the right, you can see a site plan, Northern being at the bottom of that site plan. So it is a 4,600 square foot convenience store. It does provide for ready-made goods inside with a seating area, I believe, for 10 guests inside the facility. There are 10 fueling stations there. And also, you can see directly to the north of the Speedway development is a future pad. There's no projected land use right now, but they are contemplated commercial, retail, restaurant, some type of user like that. The site plan also illustrates 3 access points. So there'll be one access point at Northern, and that's what we call restricted or right-in, right-out access. You can see the pork chop on the site plan. And if you look at 99th Avenue, the southern driveway is also restricted. That is also has the pork chop as right in, right out. And then the driveway to the far north, that would require, the applicant has been negotiating with the city for a easement across that city property so that it can provide full access, meaning there can be turning movements left, north on 99th or right, and that driveway happens to be aligned with the driveway across the street at Park West. The architecture, showing you just a version of the elevation. Again, we'll still have to, if this item is approved, we'll still have to go through site plan and design review as part of that, but it does provide for visual interest along both street frontages through the use of horizontal and vertical building articulation, varied roof lines, and a mix of stucco and metal materials. The landscape palette will be enhanced at the corner of 99th and Northern, and the landscape will also be designed to mimic the look and feel along Park West and the multifamily project at Prescott at Park West to the north. Now, the gateway nature of the site, being that it's at the city limit, while the applicant will meet the city sign code, they've agreed to incorporate signage that will further help announce entry and arrival into the city of Peoria. As part of any rezone application, we do ask for a traffic impact analysis. It's prepared by a licensed professional, and it is reviewed by our traffic engineer as part of our engineering department. And they have accepted the findings of the preliminary TIA, and what they found was that the traffic restrictions and the improvements that will have to be made along the half street do provide for adequate access to the surrounding network. In a prior slide, I did talk about the 3 points of access that we provided. Some of the concerns earlier on that we heard from some of the citizens was about whether the number of trips would impede, fire response times from the station at 99th, at Olive and 99th Avenue. And so, with the development cage to assuage those concerns, I can report that the fire department, they have reviewed the case, and they have determined that their ability to respond to calls is not inhibited by this case. Finally, there are also concerns about 99th Avenue. 99th Avenue, when we look at the TIA, does carry a relatively low volume of cars. Nonetheless, I do want to report that the city is currently in design for a signal at Olive and 99th Avenue. So we're in design, and in the CIP, that they have expected construction to occur in this fiscal year, so in the next 6-7 months or so at that corner. I want to talk a little bit about public outreach. So as you know, and you've seen from prior cases, when we get a case in, we do send out a notice of application to all owners within a 600-foot radius and all registered HOAs within 1 mile. We also require a neighborhood meeting, and so the neighborhood meeting was held on September 21st. It was held at the Holiday Inn in Glendale. And I do want to mention that 600 feet is the minimum notification requirement. The applicant is responsible for sending out the notification for the neighborhood meeting. They chose to expand the notification radius to 1,200 feet. They wanted to reach a wider audience. So as a result of that wider audience, 8 individuals did attend the meeting. And so inquiries that we received at the meeting were about traffic, landscaping at the site, emergency vehicle response time, and construction timing. The applicant also chose to do additional outreach. They went door to door, namely in the residential community north of Park West, to try to solicit additional feedback. And these were all property owners that were part of that 1,200-foot radius, and so they did that door to door outreach in there. As a result, to date, the city has received 45 letters in support and 8 letters in opposition. I'll note that most of the notes in opposition occurred earlier on about the time of the neighborhood meeting. The reason I have 45 star is just to note that we did receive 26 of those letters today, and we did hand those out to the council. So that's part of that overall 45 number that we have up there. So those in support noted that, that did support the case, that there seems to be a lack of service stations along this corridor and in this area. They believe that the elevations and landscape palette that was shown is appropriate and high quality, and that given the context, namely being adjacent to a wastewater influent pump station, provided for limited land use options. So they thought this was an appropriate land use there. Those in opposition noted undesirability of the service station use, and also traffic on Northern Avenue, and as I mentioned earlier, the perceived hindrance to public safety response times. The item went to the Planning and Zoning Commission. We provide the same level of notification through a notice of hearing postcard. We also provide a legal ad in the paper, and we do require the site be posted with our requirements. We hold a public hearing on October 21st. We had 3 speakers that were present in support of the case and none in opposition. After deliberating and hearing the information, the commission voted 6-0 to recommend approval of both cases to the City Council. So I end with the key findings for the 2 items that are in front of us. For the minor general plan amendment, we believe that given the constraints of the current land use designation, this provides a modification that advances the general plan. The commercial designation appears to be an appropriate designation given the context and ability to provide local and regional services. With the rezone, we believe this provides for an appropriate development program at this site. It advances the commercial land use designation, and that the PAD, in combination with the conditions of approval that are in your packet, we believe will provide for appropriate controls to guide development of this site. And Mayor and Council, with that, we have 2 recommended actions tonight. One is to approve the minor general plan amendment as recommended by staff and the Planning and Zoning Commission, and the other one is the rezone option. I will note that Mr. Ben Tate and I believe Mr. Jason Morris are also in attendance and desire to speak as well on the case. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for that presentation. And we do have 2 speaker request forms, and so I'm going to begin with those. I would like to ask Mr. Jason Morris to proceed to the podium and state your name and address for the record.
Thank you, Mayor, Council members. Jason Morris, excuse me, Jason Morris with Morris on behalf of the applicant Speedway. Pleasure to be here this evening. Mr. Hawkes has done an incredible job giving a very detailed description of both requests in front of you. While we're happy to make a complete presentation, you also have a very busy agenda. I would like to point out that we received direction from the council. We worked with Councilmember Dunn in terms of not only the outreach, but also the ultimate design of the property, and worked with staff extensively because this was actually filed before the pandemic. It actually took a considerable amount of time, but that time actually allowed us to make the project better and make the outreach more complete. I'd also like to single out the Peoria residents who came to Planning Commission because 2 residents came to Planning Commission, frankly, opposed to the project. And they listened to staff, they listened to the applicant's presentation, and actually came to the podium, both of whom ultimately ended up supporting the project. And I appreciate that. I think it says a lot about your citizens. Frankly, that has never happened to me in doing this for 25 years. So it was either a very good presentation or a very good day. And I appreciate the opportunity to present this case. So thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we will go ahead and move on to the next speaker request form then. Peggy Baxter, if you would kindly come to the podium and state your name and address for the record. I would appreciate it. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm coming speaking just as a resident. I did some research and some homework on this. I got interested in it as I was doing it, and it seems strange to be interested in a gas station. But I guess if you've ever been driving around and your needle gets close to empty and you don't see a gas station around, maybe you would get interested in a gas station. But you know, there are restaurants and there's shopping and there is movie theater. There are services and things in that area, and there really aren't any gas stations close by down there. And as I was doing my research, I got to thinking, they need a gas station down there. So my husband and I, we drove down there together and we looked around, and I tried to think of it from, okay, because there's a residential area there too. And as a person living in that community, what would be the pros and cons? And really, in my mind, it was all positive. That gas station would only benefit that area. If you think about it, a gas station really doesn't initiate more traffic. It doesn't do anything to take away, but it really only gives. The people that living in that little community, it's great to have a gas station right there when you're getting ready to go to work or whatever you're doing. It's there. And I think of it as close to the 101. If you think about people coming into that city of Peoria down there, whether they're visiting or just coming from another area within the state, and maybe you're going to stop at one of those restaurants and have a meal or do some shopping and then hop on that 101 and go wherever they're going to go, they're going to fill that gas tank before they go. And looking at the designs up there, the architecture, well, not even the architecture, but I guess I want to say the landscaping is beautiful. So to me, I think it's a win-win and a very positive thing. So I'm here to support it. I think it would be a wonderful, wonderful thing for that area of Peoria. And that's what I have to say, so thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. We appreciate it so much. All right, council members, is there any comments or discussion? Councilmember Dunn.
Actually, yes. So I had put this out to the constituency, social media, Citizens Advisory Committee, and e-newsletter to the district. This is obviously in Pine District. And I have to say, Jason, you did a fantastic job, this doesn't lie. I mean, this many residents want something, and we have 8 in objection to it. So, as a council member, we have to go by the majority, just like up here we go by the majority. So, based on that, I'd like to make a motion to approve 25R.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Council, please vote. And 25R passes unanimously. And now we will vote on item 26R. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Do we have a motion and a second? Please vote. And 26R passes unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, we will now move on to item 27R, Specific Area Plan Amendment, Grand Commons, Grand Avenue, and 85th Avenue. Mr. Tyne.
Great, and I'll pass it immediately over to Mr. Hawkes to speak to this action item.
Okay, similarly to the last case, we have 27R and 28R. These are associated cases. Again, one presentation, and we'll look for 2 separate actions. This case pertains to the 7.5 acre site identified in red. This is the former site of the Smitty's grocery store. The applicant here is Steve Addison from SJ Acquisitions. He's seeking to modify the underlying specific area plan designation for the property, and he's also seeking to rezone the property to a planned area development, again, a customized type of zoning district. So if the cases are approved tonight, this would facilitate a gated multifamily residential development on this property. A little bit about the site context. You can see the site identified in red, the former Smitty's. Directly to the west of the site is 85th Avenue. There are also 2 multifamily residential communities directly west of 85th Avenue, Cedar Meadows and Villas at Montebello. To the north is Grand Avenue and some other commercial uses along Grand Avenue. To the east, 84th Avenue, a gas station and a retail development at that corner. And then to the south, Peoria Avenue and what is known as the Wagner Plaza 2. So a little bit about the context. As we all know, in its heyday, Smitty's was a local grocery store. In the last quarter century, it fell into hard times and it sat vacant from 1997 to 2020. 2020 was the year it was demolished due to health and safety concerns of the structure. So its locational position really is a two-headed sword when we look at it. The site enjoys an enviable position in that it's proximate, it's close to the Old Town core, in that what happens here can also have an impact on Old Town redevelopment possibilities. However, there's also along Grand Avenue, and this is a 4-lane roadway that is part of the National Highway System. So it falls under the jurisdiction of ADOT, the Arizona Department of Transportation, and any access here is severely restricted. The objective of Grand Avenue, as you would imagine, is to move people, goods, and services. So while the applicant in the development plan is not proposing access to Grand Avenue, understand that ADOT, they have a study in place that we call the Compass Study, and it's basically a access management study for Grand Avenue corridor. The study happens to limit the number of curb cuts along Grand Avenue, and so when they look at cases, anytime there's a curb cut or a new access point along Grand Avenue, it requires the approval and authorization of ADOT. So this development plan I want to show you, this may look familiar to the council. This was the earlier concept for Grand Avenue, for Grand Commons rather. But at that time, and this was the development plan that was brought to the council about a year ago. It went through commission and then came to council. But at that earlier version, it envisioned the similar multifamily residential execution that we're seeing noted in yellow. Those are the yellow buildings. That also included about 14,400 square feet of commercial and drive-through space. And that's noted in red along Grand Avenue. At that time, this came to council. The applicant decided to pull the case back amid really a reformulation of the case. They looked at, in more detail at the development and market constraints, and they decided to step back, take a pause, and substantially look at the site plan without the commercial component. So the case got remanded back, and so the applicant spent some time trying to reformulate the case, understand some of the site constraints, some of the market constraints, reformulated the case, and they brought it back to the city. So I'll bring that site plan forward in a minute, but let me just talk about some of the other circumstances in the area. So what this graphic shows is the current zoning. So the current zoning is C3, Central Commercial. This happens to be the precursor to the Old Town zoning that we have in place in the core, and it happens to limit many auto-oriented uses such as drive-throughs, mini storage, and other like uses. So what the applicant is proposing today is a multifamily residential planned area development that is modeled after the city's multifamily residential zoning district. The PAD introduces customized standards that would apply to this development execution and also reflect the area context. For example, they have introduced tiered height considerations, meaning recognizing that the multifamily to the west is really 2 stories. There's a certain height limitation within 50 feet of 85th, and as you go further east and closer to Grand Avenue, the buildings could step up in height. Okay, and what this graphic shows you is the Old Town specific area plan, and how this applies to the general plan is a specific plan is a refinement of the general plan that's applied to a geographic area. And so over the last couple decades, we've had a specific area plan in place for the Old Town and its environs. And so this Old Town specific area plan happens to apply to a 4 square mile area around the Old Town core. It goes all the way to 91st Avenue, all the way up to, I believe, up to Cactus, and all the way down to Olive. So it's a very large area, but with specific focus on the Old Town core, and it provides a vision for the redevelopment of the area surrounding Old Town. So this site in that 2011 specific area plan was designated as flex mixed use, and you can see on the screen really all of the areas in purple that are up and down Grand Avenue are designated flex mixed use. So this was a designation at that time that was intended to facilitate really large-scale and regional amenities that have that regional attraction in mind. Buildings could go up to 100 feet. Some of the uses that were contemplated with that designation include things like convention centers, large hotels, large entertainment users. So that was really the vision at that time for that designation. What the applicant is proposing here is to redesignate the property from flex mixed use to Old Town high density residential, and this has a corresponding density of 25 to 40 units per acre. All right, so let's just step back a little bit. Let's talk about the reformulation of the original plan and really the circumstances behind that. So again, as I mentioned, they pulled the site plan and the case back, took a look at the development details. as they evaluated, and I'm sure the applicant will speak further to this, they found that it was difficult to attract commercial users to a site that is at a mid-block location with restricted access on Grand Avenue. Additionally, through this process, the Real Estate Development Department, Real Estate Development Office within the city also was involved with the positioning of the site and commissioned a corridor market study. So we do have Scott White in the audience, and if there's any additional questions, he can certainly come up and answer those questions, but I can give some highlights from his remarks at Planning Commission and also from the market study that was provided. And what they found was that the site and corridor development as a regional draw is difficult. Again, flex mixed use, we talked about large regional types of land uses. So some of the observations of this corridor has deteriorated structures, it has deteriorated lighting, and in some cases deteriorated signage. And all these things color perspectives for users that are going down Grand Avenue. It also has a position that's located quite a bit of distance off of the 101, with attraction and access impeding its marketability. A lot of office users, a lot of large-scale users, they want to be along the Loop 101. They might want to be in another large attractant area like Westgate or Arrowhead that also provides other types of amenities in the area. So one of the observations was that there was insufficient amenities in the area. The other observation was that the existing big box or large-scale commercial opportunities currently exceed the demand in the area. So there wasn't that incremental demand to satisfy a large-scale retail user. However, the study did indicate that there are some incremental opportunities for small, local serving uses such as financial services, bakery, restaurants, and those kind of things. Other constraints that were identified by Scott in the market study were a sense that there might be some overvalued property. We have a variety of property ownerships in the area. Some of the properties are irregular shaped and difficult to develop, and all this in its cumulative form kind of dampens the effect of the marketability of the site. So I'm sure you'll hear more from the applicant when his turn comes up. What I'll show here is the current conceptual development plan. So again, this is a multifamily proposed execution. I want to say concept in that there hasn't been a site plan that has been submitted. If for this case happens to be approved tonight, they would then need to submit a site plan, and we'll go through the architecture and the site layout. So things could move is what I'm trying to illustrate here. What they're indicating here is a gated development of buildings that are 2 to 3 stories. Again, the 2-story being on the western side, tiering up to 3 stories. They were looking at buildings pulled to the street, and really the reason for that is to try to interrupt the parking that you commonly find along roadway corridors, providing pedestrian corridor connectivity within the development, and really trying to be sensitive to some of the developments in the area to the west and south. What I'll do is make a mention also of Wagner Plaza 2. They did make an accommodation for the existing parking that happens to take place on their property behind Wagner Plaza, and also ingress and egress. So they do make accommodations for that corridor to continue in that regard. Some of the development standards in the PAD, I talked about the tiered height maximum, 48-foot maximum within 50 feet, tiering up to 72 feet east of the site. I should mention that the applicant is only proposing 3 stories, but again, this sets the standards for any future development that would occur. Setbacks from Wagner Plaza 2, again, this also responds really to that continued access and maneuverability that I talked about that's currently happening there. And also from Grand Avenue, setbacks that are appropriate to accommodate street frontage landscaping along that corridor. So let's talk about the public outreach. The public outreach, there was a virtual meeting because it's occurred last year during COVID, right in the middle of it. We did have 29 individuals that attended that remote meeting. Some of the main focus areas included, there was a discussion about the sufficiency of parking for that development. Also, questions about the traffic and will it negatively impact volume on roadways, and also about the multifamily in particular and whether it was sensitive to other developments in the area. We also received communication from Peoria Unified School District. I will note that they are zoned for Cheyenne Elementary School for the K through 12, or the K through 8, and then the Peoria High School for the high school students. We did receive a letter of support from PUSD in regards to this project. Like last case, the postcards were sent to property owners within a 600-foot radius for the notice of application and notice of hearing, and we went through all the other notification requirements as well. A public hearing was held in front of the Planning and Zoning Commission on October 21st, 2021. There were no speakers present from the public in support or opposition. The commission had a very spirited debate on the case. They did vote 6-0 to recommend approval of the specific area plan. However, there was a 5-1 vote on the rezone, and I'll mention that the dissenting commissioner just felt that did not want to see the commercial land use given up to residential execution here. So that was the reason for that dissenting vote there. And so, Mayor and Council, that brings me to the recommended actions, the recommendation from staff and the Planning and Zoning Commission on the general plan amendment and also on the rezone. I will note that I believe Steve Addison from SJ Acquisitions is present in the audience and does desire to speak as well. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you. Appreciate the presentation. We will begin with speaker request forms. I have a speaker request form from a resident, and I'm not sure if you would like to wait until the applicant speaks. Would that be your preference? Okay, so could the applicant please come forward? Thank you, sir. If you would just state your name and address for the record, you have 3 minutes to speak.
Mayor, Council, I appreciate your time. Steve Addison, Troy Street, Phoenix, Arizona. So I simply wanted to highlight some of the community benefits of the project to the area and kind of talk about some of the concerns with removing the commercial in favor of the multifamily. So we'll start with the community enhancements. We're looking at an over $50 million investment to this core area of Peoria, an area that has long awaited redevelopment. I think as Director Hawkes pointed out, the plan was put in place in 2011, so it's been 10 years and no activity has really happened in this area. All of these properties have been available and no commercial user has stepped forward to take advantage of them. The way that the project is currently designed, the $50 million investment will far exceed what would happen if there was commercial either included with the multifamily or purely commercial. If you want to scroll up. I think probably all the council members and mayors are quite familiar with the property owner that currently owns this property. The property is sitting currently with about $728,000 of liens. That includes the building demolition of $528,000 by the end of the year, as well as about $200,000 of real estate taxes by the end of the year. Those numbers will continue to go up. There's no way to enforce those demo liens. They'll continue to add interest, which will continue to drive up an already high price for this land and make it even more impossible for anybody else to come forward with a plan that would make it work. When you think about the residents that will come and live in our community with approximately 200 units, that's approximately 300 new residents to the community, you're talking about a $4 million per year of disposable income that will be injected into this community. So not only the Old Town, what we're hoping for revitalization in Old Town, but also for the existing businesses. These folks wake up on Saturday morning, they're going to go to Brothers or Peoria Cafe, walk over to Driftwood, get coffee, get donuts at K-Mays on the way to work. So I think it's a big boost for the local businesses. We have talked to some of these owners, and in particular Driftwood Coffee, and they're very excited to see these kind of residents come to the area because they just haven't seen it yet. If you could scroll up. Again, one of the goals here is to utilize some of the underutilized areas. So Osana Park's directly across the street. You also have Theater Works that we want to take advantage of. As Director Hawkes mentioned, we are getting rid of the curb cut on Grand Avenue, which will reduce traffic turning onto Grand Avenue, also reduce the potential for additional accidents. If you want to continue to scroll up. Our site plan, as Director Hawkes mentioned, we did work with 3 neighboring properties, Wagner Plaza, the chiropractor, and the 2-story building, and we're providing all of those individuals with fire access on our site. That's over 19,000 square feet of our land that we're giving up for these neighboring users, trying to be a good participant in the community. As well, this is a 10-year investment for us. Opportunity zone, which means we're going to build a higher quality building, better amenities. We don't want turnover. We want folks to stay here in Peoria and enjoy the community. So I think I'm out of time, am I?
Council, are there any questions for the applicant? I have some questions. You use the term opportunity zone, which is a term that actually means something, federal funding and a whole lot of other things. Is that what you mean when you use this term here?
So when we use the term opportunity zone, we are not actually receiving any federal funding for this project. We're also not asking anything from the city of Peoria for this project. What the opportunity zone does, it's a federal program that was put in place to help revitalize areas like this. So there's areas all across the country that are considered opportunity zones for federal tax purposes. And what it turns into is a portion of the gain that is made on this investment over that 10-year period, your tax liability on that gets reduced. So it's not actual money for the project itself. It's incentive to get people to invest in an area that they otherwise wouldn't. And maybe that's the reason why, you know, this particular area has sat for so long. We just haven't had that incentive to go forward.
Does this opportunity zone have a time limit on it?
It does, yes.
And what is that?
So the opportunity zone, and I'm not a tax attorney, so if I get something wrong, don't hold it against me. But my understanding of it is in 2026 is when that opportunity zone money needs to be repaid. So to get into a little bit more detail, if you invest capital gains into an opportunity zone project, you do not have to pay the taxes on those capital gains. So let's say in 2020 I had $100,000 of capital gains. If I put it into this project, I won't have to pay my tax liability for 2020. But in 2026, I do need to pay that amount back, but I still hold the investment for 10 years. My understanding is that this program will disappear on that same timeline, so by 2026. And the reality is the closer we get to it, individuals aren't seeing the benefit because the program started several years ago. If you put your money in and you were able to keep your tax liability money for an 8-year period, you could really make that money work. If you're putting it in 2024, 2025, there's not much benefit there.
Okay, so I have one more question, and this is probably for you, Chris. Why are we looking at a zoning of PAD instead of just strict multifamily, since it's going to be with just one use?
Mayor and council, good question. So it is a single-use PAD, multifamily residential as indicated, but it also, there were some standards that were different from our standard district, and some of those standards include the height limitation. Even though they're proposing a 3-story building, which typically fits within our M1 district, I think they're proposing up to 72 feet. So more of the higher intensity that the flex mix use had envisioned in terms of scale and intensity. So that was one thing that they had identified. I believe another one was the parking, as it pertained to parking. However, we do have a stipulation that says that they do have to meet Peoria's parking code unless a qualified professional is brought and they can substantially demonstrate that a reduced parking requirement is sufficient and meets the intent and meets the needs of that area there. So I think those are the top two that I can think of. There might be others within the PAD, but they were essentially adjustments to the standards that are different from RM1.
Okay, thank you. And
I think one other key factor is the varying setbacks. If we were to go with the standard multifamily classification, we couldn't make accommodation for the chiropractor building, the 40 feet behind Wagner Plaza, the minimum of 26 feet from the 2-story building. So there was just certain things that allowed us to provide that flexibility.
okay, thank you. Councilmember Hunt? Did you still need this gentleman to stand at the podium?
Yes,
or?
Steve, stay there.
Yeah.
Well, I have to say that Steve has been wonderful to work with. He's been very flexible, and you have met some challenges that you, like the alleyway, and you've given, and so you've really done your part to be a good partner here. I don't have a problem with changing, excuse me, the zoning, because I think it doesn't serve anybody's purpose to remain central commercial. You know, because we sort of talked about this, I don't think I can commit to 3-story apartments along Grand Avenue. I do have a commitment to improve the entryway to Peoria. And boy, I think your apartments are pretty, and your landscaping and everything. So as you move forward, if you choose to move forward in this plan, I would recommend that you do something to move them back a little bit and put a much bigger landscaping buffer. Now, you're the one on this, you're the professional that knows what to do. But I don't have a problem with the rezoning, but we really need to talk as you move forward, because we really hadn't talked about that before.
Sure.
And so, yeah, so that's kind of where I stand.
Thank you. Councilmember Binsbacher?
Thank you, Mayor. A quick question. I'm struggling with giving up the commercial component on something like this. Does the opportunity zone option exist with the commercial component?
Mayor, council members, yes, it does. If I could speak a bit to the opportunities we have for commercial. So we took this site out to a very reputable firm that does a lot of retail brokerage in town. I should probably take a step back. We have two sites. We also have the site across the street at 85th and Grand in front of the Goodwill store, which is actually a larger site overall than the Smitty's site. And we've taken both of them out to, through a retail broker, all channels that we can find, working with Scott White's Grand Avenue corridor redevelopment plan. And I'll be honest with you, there were several brokers that flat out turned us down. They didn't even want to take the listing because they knew they were never going to get us a tenant. The one that did take it is a very reputable and successful broker in Peoria and throughout the valley. And we've been working on those sites for 8 months. Now, the corner of 85th and Grand, which again is just directly across the street, we have room for a 40,000 square foot, say a grocery store, which is what we're trying to attract for the community, not only for our Grand Commons project, but for everybody else, as well as our current site plan shows a small strip center with a drive-through and 2 independent drive-throughs on a very high visible, high traffic corner, 85th and Grand, and 0 interest in 8 months. And now you're trying to go back to a mid-block location for the old Smitty's, when you have 3 dilapidated buildings. And we've been trying to acquire those buildings as well to try to make this a universal development and just include some of that commercial. And I can tell you that the feedback we've gotten from the brokers, the users, the market study that Scott White did, no one is gonna come to this area until you have market rate rooftops that can afford to go to the sandwich shops, that can afford to go to these restaurants and boutiques and all these things. It's just the plain fact that without those people there to spend the money, everybody's going to continue to drive past, on Grand Avenue and not stop.
Thank you.
Councilmember Patena?
Thank you, Mayor. As you travel down Grand Avenue, all the way from Surprise to downtown Phoenix, most of what you see is commercial. As you get closer to downtown, the companies are bigger. As you get closer to Surprise, they're mom and pop shops. We are in the process and look, I know you've done your homework and it sounds great. And as we are beginning to redevelop downtown, and I've seen some of the renderings of the future, and it's really going to be quite exciting in Old Town in a few years. And what I would like to see is maybe some of these small mom and pop shops in front of your residential that could enhance Old Town and what we're trying to do in Old Town, so that the shops or the businesses that are there could morph into getting into the downtown area or Old Town area and enhancing it. Would you consider doing I would be more inclined to support this if you would consider doing some minor commercial in front and moving back your residential. Is that something that could be in the cards?
Mayor and council members, so that's exactly what we brought forward in the original PAD case and went through Plan Commission and received unanimous recommendation for approval. And when we took it to the market, and once we realized when we submitted for our site plan pre-app after Plan Commission, because we're giving 40 feet up to Wagner Plaza, because we're giving 26 feet up to the two-story building where the tattoo shop is, because we're giving 26 feet up and parking to the chiropractor all on our land, it pushes everything forward towards Grand Avenue. You couple that with the ADOT and the Compass plan that wants to eliminate curb cuts, we would need, in order for that commercial to have any shot of being successful, we would absolutely need access directly off of Grand Avenue into that center. And again, there are 5 existing buildings on, more or less on our parcel, between our parcel and 85th and Grand Avenue, that are all derelict and ready for redevelopment and available for exactly what you're talking about. You also have Don Lencho's. I've eaten lunch there, I have no problem with it. Maybe we can help enhance that. You've got great shops in Wagner Plaza 1 and 2. You know, you also have the chiropractic clinic, and then again, you have the stuff on 85th and Grand directly across the street that we also have under, you know, in escrow, and we're working on a plan with the city for that as well. We're trying to make a long-term commitment here. The reason we're doing that is because this is a 10-year investment for us. We need these apartments to be successful. In order for them to be successful, we need residents to want to live there. And the only way they're going to want to live there is if this becomes more like an Old Town Gilbert, right? So you need those shops, you need those restaurants. I agree, we need all that, because that's what's going to get people to want to live in Grand Commons so they can walk to those locations. But no one will put that commercial location there until we have these rooftops. And I'll be honest with you, if we did that, where if we set off a small amount, let's call it, you know, 8 to 10,000 square feet of commercial space right along Grand Avenue, I promise you that will sit vacant because we won't build it. We will not, no bank would give us a loan to build without a user. We're not going to just build it on spec and let it sit there empty. It's going to be an empty eyesore. You're not going to get the beautiful landscaping and things of the nature that Councilmember Hunt is talking about that we can work through, you know, during the site plan. I think that it would be a disservice to the project, to the community, to the gateway coming in on 84th and 85th into Old Town to have just another strip of vacant land along Grand Avenue, which is exactly what would happen. Just being honest about that.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for the developer or applicant? Okay, we have a request to speak from, thank you. We have a request to speak from Eva Osuna. If you would kindly come to the podium and state your name and address. You have 3 minutes to speak.
I think this is too high, is it? It has to change. Good evening, Council, Mayor. I'm Eva Osuna, and I live right across the street here. I'm a resident. I've been in Acacia District for 65 years. I've seen the progress, and I'm excited about all the projects that are going on, specifically with this one, though. There's a though. I went to the original meeting. We were all there at that meeting, and they talked about the retail and residential, and that was appealing to me. And I have to be honest, I didn't get the notices that there was a change in plan. I know that the record shows that there was some literature that sent to neighbors 600 feet away, and then there was HOAs and residents a mile away. Well, I'm a half a mile away from there. I did not get it, and that's my fault. I'm not going to blame it on anybody else. I didn't get it, I didn't act, and so I was not informed. I learned a lot about this project tonight from the applicant, but I'm too concerned about it just being residential. We need to bring commercial in. It's important, and everybody keeps saying that Old Town development is dependent on all these other projects. Well, you know, I don't think that that's the case. I think there's a community here that lives so close that we would be able to access any business that you bring down here. But you're not surveying the neighborhoods. You're not asking the neighborhoods, what do you want? They're not being engaged. So the only way we're going to get what we want and what the community wants is by asking. And that's not happening. You all know I'm as engaged as any person could be. And I miss a lot of things that happen. But really, we need to be talking to the neighborhoods because we are the ones that are going to be able to access those businesses. And I'm really concerned about this being a gated community because when we met the last time, the community that lives just west of there was blowing up social media. Oh, they're going to separate us. Now I hear it's a gated community. More separation. We have to unite communities, not separate them. And they're feeling like that already. You put a gated community, well, you prove them right. So I really urge all of you to, if we can somehow work with this applicant, he's done his work. I mean, he has really, I mean, the information that he presented tonight was excellent. But it's not what the people want. And we have to speak to the community. You cannot represent without a community. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Oh, she's right on.
All right. Council, are there any further discussions? Seeing none, do I have a motion? We will start on item 27R.
Kathy.
Oh, Councilmember Hunt?
I guess I want to reiterate, and then I'm going to make a motion. I have no problem with multifamily. I've encouraged it, and Steve, I love what I've seen of your product. You've talked about the gateway to Peoria, and I don't like that parcel now as a gateway for sure. I want to see it improved. But I don't think three-story apartments right up against Grand Avenue, I don't think that says welcome to an old town, a tiny town. So with that said, and I want to continue to work with you, Steve, I do. You've put in an inordinate amount of work on this. I move to change the zoning from central commercial to PAD.
Okay, we are on 27R, which is specific area plan amendment.
Okay, well, it's kind of the same, isn't it? Grand Commons.
Not the rezone, which is 28.
Well, I really apologize. I was looking at the wrong one. They're both Grand Common. Okay, I cannot support, then I don't make a motion. How does that work? I make a motion to deny? How does that work?
Yes.
Okay, I cannot support 27R, whatever that means.
Okay.
Say it for me. But I will support 28R when we
Okay,
get to it.
let's just start with first one. 27R is specific area plan amendment, Grand Commons, Grand Avenue, and 85th Avenue. So you are making a motion to deny
Yes.
this request?
Yes.
All right, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Council, please vote. And that motion to deny passes with the exception of Councilmember Patena. And now we will go on to item 28R, which is the rezone, Grand Commons, Grand Avenue, and 85th Avenue.
I move to recommend the change from central commercial to planned area development.
I'd like to interject here. I think item 27R would have to be approved in order to move forward with item 28R. The specific plan amendment would be necessary in order for a rezone to be possible.
Thank you.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
So we cannot.
I withdraw my motion. Wait, we're having trouble tonight.
You
aren't we?
withdraw your, which one? Are you withdrawing
second one.
27? The second
No,
one?
the second one.
Okay, so the rezone then does not need to be
Is
voted
de-
on?
I move to deny 28R because I denied 27R.
Okay, so a vote to deny is appropriate, so that it corresponds with 27. All right, do we have a second? Second. All right, we have a motion and a second. Council, please vote. And the motion to deny passes unanimously. Thank you.
That was
right, we are on 29R, rezone. Park West Parcel 3, northeast of the northeast corner of 99th Avenue and Northern Avenue. Mr. Tyne.
Great, thank you. And then we do have Chris Hawkes, our Planning and Community Development Director, to speak to this action item. Thanks, Chris.
Okay, Mayor and Council, 29R, this is the headliner for the evening, but this is, in this case, we're just talking about a rezone or amendment to the PAD and not an associated general plan case. So this case pertains to the site illustrated in yellow. This is the vacant 16.3 acre site that we refer to as Parcel 3. At Park West was generally at the northeast corner of Northern and 99th Avenue. The area in yellow is located along the Loop 101 corridor. The applicant this evening is Taylor Earl of Earl and Curley, and he's representing Trammell Crow Residential. So tonight they are seeking to amend the PAD zoning to allow a multifamily residential development on Parcel 3. So it's a nuanced ratio that I'll discuss in a minute through one of the slides. If approved this evening, this would facilitate a semi-gated community of up to 338 units. Talk a little bit about the site and area context here. Park West was established, or I should say the zoning was established back in 2004. The development that started at Parcel 1, the commercial area, came out of the ground in 2007, really on the heels of a very rough Great Recession that started at that time. At that time, it was envisioned as a destination with a mix of uses in a walkable, traditional downtown kind of format. It contemplated a mix of synergistic uses such as retail, entertainment, dining, hospitality, and residential. And it was intended to be an integrated development unit, meaning that there was connectivity and there was a relationship between all the parcels, that they weren't intended to operate as separate standalone parcels there. Parcel 1 that you see on the screen, that is anchored by Harkins. It's substantially built out today, but I do note that there are a number of vacant pad sites that are located on Parcel 1. Parcel 2 in the middle, that is developed with the view at Park West. This is a 254-unit multifamily residential development. And then Parcel 3, that's the subject site, and it consists of approximately 16.3 acres. The Park West overall, it includes, but it's separate. Includes the 330-foot wide overhead power line corridor by SRP. There's an easement there, and that provides separation from the Park West development and the West Green Estates single-family residential community to the north there. Now, I mentioned the corridor provides that separation. There is limited and restricted uses that can occur in the corridor. As you see when you go out to Park West today, there is some parking fields out there. There is some low-level and slow-growing landscaping that occurs out there. There also is a trail network that continues from Parcel 1 through Parcel 2 and is intended to be advanced through Parcel 3 to 95th Avenue. 95th Avenue, if you look at the upper part of the screen, that is the connection point to the single-family residential neighborhood to the north. In a minute, I'll talk about access, but the access to that single-family community does not include vehicular access. It's only pedestrian and fire access only. Now, since the site opened back in 2007, the Economic Development Department and also the landowners, they've struggled to find users for this parcel. They have sought out in the past hospitality, office, higher education, and others. So the input that they have received over the years from brokers is that while the site enjoys excellent visibility along the Loop 101 corridor, its access is fairly circuitous, meaning you have to navigate all the way through the commercial development, through the multifamily to get to Parcel 3. And so that access being circuitous impedes its marketability. Brokers have noted that other sites along Loop 101 have better access, less site constraints, and are located adjacent to other magnet areas like the burgeoning Westgate area or also the area around Arrowhead. So the graphic you see on the left is the general plan map. This is from the 2040 general plan land use map. Again, as I indicated before, all the areas, including the overhead power line corridor, are all mixed-use Main Street. This is essentially trying to capture a mix of uses, of synergistic uses in a downtown walkable format, and that's what we see out there today. Multifamily uses are in immediate proximity within a walkable environment. The graphic on the right shows the zoning. So as I indicated, all of Park West is what's called a PAD, a planned area development, but they all work together. All the parcels are part of that planned area development. The plan area development has evolved over the years. We've had a few minor amendments that have come to council over the years, and so like any large plan and any complex plan, there are evolutions that occur over time as changes occur, and we've certainly seen some changes to the commercial landscape over the last several years. So a little bit about the background here. As I mentioned, the zoning was established in 2004. It envisioned really a synergistic use of mix of uses in a Main Street format. There are existing vacant pads on parcel 1, and parcel 3 is the vacant site that we're talking about today. So what I want to talk about is that the existing PAD, the way it's structured from a land use perspective, it does allow multifamily on parcel 3. However, I want to indicate that there is a formula that's part of the PAD that limits residential gross floor area, so the amount of building area that can be there, to no more, and this is for residential, no more than 30 to 60% of the total project gross floor area at build out. And so the intent of this, as you can imagine, is to try to promote a mix of uses. This is intended to be a mixed use development here, but in practice, the formula is very difficult to administer. And the reason why is that we don't know what the build out number is. So you never know the denominator, right? Because if the gross floor area for multifamily can only be between 30 and 60% of the total gross floor area, we don't know the total gross floor area, that's a very difficult number to identify. So that has been a very difficult factor to try to administer over the years. So what this PAD amendment proposes to do is to, along with some other changes to some of the standards of parcel 3, it does propose removing that 30 to 60% ratio for parcel 3. Again, the intent was that there would be a mix of uses. I mentioned that parcel 3 currently allows multifamily. So we believe the spirit of the requirement is met. Again, as I mentioned earlier, parcel 1 does contain some non-residential pads that are vacant that could be built in the future. And parcel 2 and 3 would contain residential. And the formula said, okay, multifamily should be between 1/3 and 2/3 effectively of the total floor area. When we look at land area, if this changes comes through, effectively 2/3 of the development would be multifamily. That multifamily use would continue to support the day-to-day operations and activities of the commercial development and help activate that center. As I indicated, parcel 3 has been very challenging. I want to repeat remarks I made before, but its access has been difficult. Its location away from Park West critical mass in terms of trying to identify a user for parcel 3, in that there's a change in use there, and it's kind of a little separated from the main energy of parcel 1, and also those regional influences I mentioned in the area. I want to talk briefly about the site plan that they're proposing. So that the site plan you see on the screen, when we look at the entire site, about 45% of the total site is under the power line easement. Now, they are using the power line easement for parking, for some landscaping, for continuation of the trail access that we see along that northern portion, and landscape buffer adjacent to the single-family community to the north. This is intended as a partially gated community, and I want to emphasize partially gated because the intent, again, is to have a synergy of uses that occur. So there is still the ability to walk and move via car through parcel 2 through this development, so that's unimpeded there. But it is a community of 338 units. The unit mix varies from studio units all the way up to 3-bedroom units. When you look at the building package there, buildings along Loop 101, those are what they call 2-story carriage units. So essentially you have the garage below and the unit above that. And then the other buildings that you see identified in white, those are the 4-story apartment multifamily buildings. There's also a centralized open space with a number of amenities there. And in terms of access and pedestrian connectivity, so the arrow you see in yellow, that is a continuation of the access from parcel 2, the multifamily, and parcel 1. That's the primarily and only vehicular access to this portion of the development. Areas in green, again, are a continuation of the trail and also a continuation of that trail access to 95th Avenue. It's important that kids in the development are able, and parents are able to walk to that community because that's where Sun Valley Elementary School is located at 85th Avenue. But I also want to emphasize that there is no vehicular access to that community. That was very clear in the earlier renditions of the Park West development when it was first zoned, that the community of the north did not want to see access to that community. It is, however, a fire access only that is into that community. I also want to talk about some of the points that came up at the Planning Commission in terms of traffic generation. So the traffic engineer had the applicant explore a second point of access in this development, really north of where those buildings are, near the power lines, and then west. And I want to make clear that it was for really a matter of convenience. And the reason why is that the traffic impact analysis report indicated that the access via the one access point is adequate for the development. However, the project generates a certain number of trips, and whether there is one access point or two access point, those trips are still going to be generated by this development, right? Those trips are going to want to get to Northern, they're going to want to get to 99th Avenue, and so really it's a question of timing. How long does it take for users to get to those destination points? So we recommended that the applicant explore that option, and they did explore that option. They do have the ability through a cross-access easement to provide that access. However, they did note that there is a dog park, I believe, that is impeding that accessibility, and the fact that they didn't need that secondary access point, it was not a part of the requirement for this traffic plan. So that would be the major access point there. Some of the development standards, so the density, the mixed-use Main Street designation as it applies to multifamily, it's looking for intensity. It's looking for that critical mass, that activation of the area, and it calls for a density that exceeds 20 units per acre. So this development was calculated at 20.93 units per acre, or I think the applicant mentioned it was 20.76 units per acre, but it is above 20 units per acre for this development. Also, the height, the existing PAD, because again, it's looking for some intensity in this area, does allow a maximum height of 110 feet. And we've seen that in prior proposals, higher buildings. However, this project proposes elevations, 4-story buildings with a maximum height of about 54 feet here. So they're well under what they could develop under the existing zoning. So I want to provide some of the, some elevations for you to take a look at it, just to provide a little texture of what the development might look like, feel like. This is that internalized open space. This is the pool area around it. So just to kind of give you an idea of scale and massing that would occur on the site there. With this development, we did require, of course, a neighborhood meeting. Neighborhood meeting notice went to all residents within a 600-foot radius. There was an in-person meeting on July 13th at the Peoria Community Center. There were 4 attendees at that meeting. The inquiries that they focused on, they asked about access to the development. What would be the timing of construction? How many units? What are the amenities? What's the building height? Are there any security provisions provided? And what is the maintenance over time? They wanted to make sure that this development would continue to maintain its high quality over time. I also want to mention we did receive correspondence from the Peoria Unified School District. They are zoned for Sun Valley Elementary School, and for the high school kids, they're zoned for Kellis High School. The school district identified that there was no issue with the development, and they've already worked with the applicant in putting together a voluntary developer assistance agreement in place should this development be approved. Support and opposition. We did receive 15 letters in support, and all of these letters came from members of the business community at Park West that they did indicate their support for the development. We also received a petition with 21 names in opposition. That petition's in your packet, and we did receive it after the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. So let's talk about the nature of the support and opposition. So those in support, again, were from businesses. They did note that the additional units would help drive support for those local businesses. And it's important to have a strong and healthy Park West. Park West has struggled over the years, as we all know, but lately with an injection of improvements and additional funding and additional restaurants, I think we're starting to see a lot more of the activity pick up at Park West. Those in opposition, again, that was that petition that was received after the Planning Commission hearing. There were no specific concerns identified in that petition that I could find. The petition did also ask for what's called a legal protest, and essentially, under the Arizona Revised Statute, this is basically a legal maneuver that if you have enough opposing signatures within a certain distance of the development, which what they call the zoning area, that could trigger a 3/4 vote of the council, or 6 of 7 would have to vote for it and favor it. So the city mapped those addresses. We also met with the city attorney's office. And while the petition did satisfy the number of units did meet that test, the area did not meet that test. So the petition does not satisfy the requirements for a legal protest. So if the council feels inclined to vote for this proposal, it will be by a simple majority this evening for the case. Finally, this case went to the Planning and Zoning Commission. Like the prior cases, we do provide that notification and all the other notification instruments that we use with the city. There was a public hearing held on October 21st, 2021. We did have one speaker present in opposition to this case, an attorney representing Parcel 2, the multifamily project just to the west, and he indicated concerns with the density of the project and also the project access. So again, we had a very good deliberation with the commission, and in the end, they voted 6-0 to recommend approval to the city council. So Mayor and Council, the findings and recommendation, we believe that this amendment will further activate Park West, help maintain a healthy disposition for the project, again at 20.76 units per acre. And with the design standards, we believe this will facilitate urban scale development and advance that mixed-use Main Street land use designation in spirit. And with that, Mayor and Council, the recommendation from staff and the Planning and Zoning Commission is to recommend approval, subject to conditions 1 through 5 in your Exhibit 2 in your packet. And with that, I can answer any questions. I do want to note that the applicant, Taylor Earl, also is present and I believe desires to speak as well.
Thank you. Is there any questions for Mr. Hawkes first? Yes, Councilmember Dunn.
The petition that was provided with the 21 signatures, and then the letters in favor. So the letters in favor, did they have specific things that they were asking for? And did the petition, did each one have different concerns, or, you know, how did that work?
Mayor, Councilmember Dunn, that's a great question. What I tried to do in a prior slide, let me see if I can do this without, oh, okay. What I tried to do was summarize the basic points that were received, and so those in support had very similar comments. And they said that, you know what, we want the additional units. This is going to help drive business activities in Park West, and that they all kind of uniformly said we need a strong and healthy business community here, and these units will help serve that. Those in opposition, and I did again provide that petition in your packet. You look at the petition, there is no. It basically says that they oppose the case, but there's no specific reason that they oppose the case.
Thank you.
All right. I would like to, I have a speaker request form from Taylor Earl, and I would like to request that you come to the podium. This is the applicant, and if you would kindly state your name and address for the record.
Great, and while I do that, I do have a presentation that's hopefully available. Pull up while that's happening. So for your record, oh, great. Mayor and Council, my name is Taylor Earl with the law firm of Earl and Curley. Our address is 3101 North Central Avenue. Great, thank you so much. So I want to start here. Park West is a special amenity that the city has, and it is unique. And on one of the documents that I saw from the city, they called it a West Valley gem. My family, before I was ever involved in working on cases close to Park West, my family had been here. Grimaldi's gives a free birthday pizza, and that's all a family of 8 needed to know, right, to come up. And it wasn't until I really started working on cases around Park West that I truly appreciated what Park West is. I live in the West Valley, and I'm always interested to see the types of amenities that we get out in the West Valley. And I think that this is truly special. And it's designed to be a higher end location with great restaurants and great shopping. And over the years, we have seen that there have been times where we've seen vacancies and maybe we haven't seen that completely. And so this photograph I selected on purpose because this restaurant, the Lone Spur Cafe, was one of those that unfortunately was a tragedy of not being able to be successful at this location, which was a shame. And we've seen vacancies, we've seen a restaurant like Lone Spur, not survive. And so what we're providing here is not just a pretty good idea. In our opinion, what we are proposing here is a great idea to support Park West and make sure that it isn't filled with tenants that are fine maybe cell phone stores, there's a place for those. But that's not what Park West is, nor do we think that's what Park West should be. As Mr. Hawk has noted, some of the history here, it opened in 2008, had some struggles. It was purchased by the Howard Hughes Company and then ultimately sold to Sire Equities in 2017, which is the current owner. And I'll just stop here and note that that company is the one selling the land to my client. So the people who are responsible, who have the financial interest for Parcel 1 Park West, have said, yes, this is what we want. They're not a sell and leave and never look back. This is a seller that's holding Parcel 1 and wants to see it be successful, just like we all want to see it be successful, and has said that this is the type of user that they want to have here. They invested money. They called it out in the media reports I saw as wanting to make it the Kierland Commons of the West Valley, something truly of that level. A couple of things that I just want to highlight here. Parcel 3 is awkwardly shaped. When you designed essentially rectangle, square buildings on a parcel that doesn't have that shape, you talk about parking spaces, those are rectangles. You start to look at the geometry of site planning and then introduce a factor where you have these inefficiencies built in. It makes it difficult. When we talk about variance cases as zoning attorneys, we often look for these special circumstances, and a shape like this would be great for a special circumstance to provide types of relief. And so that makes it a challenge to develop. I do want to just highlight something that Mr. Hawk has said, that we do have an emergency access only point to that northeast. And Mr. Hawk has said it twice, I'll say it a third time. It's something that apparently the door knocker that was sent out into the neighborhood had told people that that would be dumping hundreds of cars into their community, and it would affect the school children, and that they needed to protect the children. And once we clarified, we had a gentleman say, oh, I had signed and said, oh, well, then I'm not opposed. And so I think that's super important just to highlight. I want to reassure the council and any neighbors who may be here on that concern. As was mentioned, we have about 45 or 47% that's within the SRP easement. Now, this makes it a challenge to develop effectively, but one of the benefits is that it provides a very deep setback to the residents with any building. So we have 360 feet between our building and that property line. So it both makes it a challenge to develop, but also provides great buffers between the residents. And again, just shows that tremendous distance. And as Mr. Hawk has noted, allowed height on that property today, 110 feet, developing at 54. So these are the statements that came in from those businesses, and we look at what we might kind of think of the heart and soul of Park West. These are folks who've invested in Peoria, have invested their time and their resources to come in and to make this a special location, and are essentially looking for the opportunity to be supported. To have people not only come from the site from out of the site, but people who are effectively, a captive audience. They are there on site. This is a walkable environment, and that's what it was always designed to be, was walkable. I will also know, out of respect, that Salon Plaza, when they submitted their letter, they said that they spoke on behalf of 30-plus business owners within Salon Plaza, which is the folks who rent a chair. All right, and so there's multiple sort of small businesses within that master business, and they wanted to indicate that support had come from that as well. And as Mr. Hogg noted, that some of the common themes, we need people. This project translates into hundreds of new potential customers. It helps us obtain and achieve health and vitality for Park West, and we urge approval. I wanted to again highlight this idea of Main Street. What we wanted to see here was a mixed use. And where residential was there, we wanted that to be a mixed-use component, but also to be above that 12 to 20. And again, 20.93 is what we had, and we ran the calculations today. It looks like it might be 20.76, but the point is it's meeting that general plan requirement. And if you look at the plan, I took sort of a larger cross-section here of the general plan. This is a specially designated area. This isn't a common color you're going to see around the area. And this was put in place about a year ago. So this is not something from the 1990s that's a vestige of the past. This was a recently inked change to the general plan. And so you can see the way that the project fits in as a whole. And as was noted, this case is primarily about adjusting the timing. As was noted, this is multifamily is permitted on this property. But this percentage thing works out such that you'd have to sort of have further development on parcel 1 to put sort of square footage in the bank, and then we could be overcoming that percentage issue over here. The problem is that the commercial needs the rooftops. And so that formula sort of puts things in reverse, and we just keep putting the property in purgatory, hoping that one day that we can meet that percentage. But we need the rooftops in order to drive both support for what's there and be able to support future development, because there are those vacant opportunities. So I don't want to repeat what Mr. Hawkes did, so let me just highlight a few things that I would point out. Number one is just the overall inviting and warm feel that we went for here, something that is a really good quality project. Also, we looked at the architecture of Park West and looked to draw some of those elements into our project, so there was complementary architectural features in our project, not duplicative, but complementary. One thing here that's kind of just neat on the pool, it has the neat architectural design, but you also see this sort of straight element on the right side of the screen. That's designed to be for lap swimming. So the designers really thought through some of the aspects to make this a highly livable environment, or resort style, places to sit around. And this, because of the insulation of the buildings, it would be well sound insulated as well from the freeway. This is sort of from that freeway side looking. It shows a good perspective on the buffer that we have there to the north, or on the right side of the screen. It shows our dog park and shows those carriage units on the outside of the project. And this kind of just gives you a sense of where those things occur on the site plan, so you can kind of get a sense of the overall. And then this is that arrival that we wanted to make sure was a nice grand feature as you approach the project. One other thing I'll note too, in that area that's that SRP easement, although it does limit what we can do up there, there is a trail easement on the very north side. You can see that's an existing trail. And what we decided to do was turn into that space rather than turn away from it and activate it. And so we have this additional trails with exercise stations, so that we're putting eyes on that area. It makes it safer and makes be able to utilize the site. As I mentioned, Park West is an important amenity, and I would say not just for the area, but I think it's for all of Peoria. I think it is an important amenity, and I think that it needs people. Mixed-use projects the people are the blood of mixed-use projects. You can have great amenities, and you can have great arms and legs to a body, but if the blood doesn't flow to those, they don't work. And that's how mixed use is. You can have great things and great concepts, but if you don't put people in those mixed use projects, the walkability, it just doesn't work. And so this is going to provide that critical mass. You can look at places like Metro Center, Paradise Valley. They're looking at adding that residential in order to strengthen the commercial. In my mind, those who are attracted to this site from a multifamily perspective will be those who see the value of Park West, who will see it as maybe they're foodies, maybe they're folks who really want to be able to have that close amenity next door. And so I think we can expect good things from residents that come here. This meets the general plan, and I would just close by saying that there are some projects that I represent as a zoning attorney that I think are strong property right cases. I will admit that they don't necessarily move the needle for any city, and maybe it's a small site. And then there are other sites that really are great for the city and that really do move the needle and are significant. And I really think that this is one of those, that it's a great project that will have a tremendously positive impact on the city because of its positive impact on Park West. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant? All right, thank you very much. We do have another speaker request form, and that would be from Mr. Timothy Lasota. Sir, if you would kindly come to the podium and state your name and address for the record.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. I am Timothy Lasota, 2198 East Camelback Road in Phoenix, and I'm here on behalf of Bellevue LLC, better known as Park West. View Park West, the apartments just, or the multifamily just next door. Now, I agree with Mr. Earl that, yeah, Park West does need more residents. There's no question about that. I think the question is how many. And Mr. Earl has proposed here 338 units. I've repeatedly asked, well, how'd you get 338? And you heard what staff said, what Mr. Earl said, and what they say as well. you know, if you take the 30 to 60% of build-out, that's where we get. Well, okay, what would the build-out look like to support 338 units? Is it realistic? Well, we don't know because Mr. Earl has never shown us his work. We have no renderings of what he's talking about, the type of density that would support these number of units. And I mean, he's probably kicking himself he didn't ask for 500 units because he's not been, I've asked and they've just said, well, you know, ask the applicant. Well, the applicant won't tell us, so I think that question should be asked and answered. And the real reason this density is such an issue for us is because all of the traffic does enter and exit through our property, right through the middle of it. And there is an easement there, but this was staff's position prior on the issue of the second entrance and exit, which has conveniently disappeared on the new plans. This is an email from staff to me, that the second entrance, quote, "It was a requirement from the traffic division to prevent all vehicular traffic from cutting through the center of the existing apartment complex." Now all of a sudden, it's not a requirement anymore, it was a matter of convenience. That was not the position before. What we said is, look, your second entrance and egress point goes right through our dog park. And contrary to what the applicant said, they do not have that easement right. That is pure, that they do not have that at all. That's why on their original map, it says, subject to securing easement access. If they had the easement access, it wouldn't say that. So all of a sudden, because it's a requirement that is now inconvenient for this applicant, the requirement disappears. And it's all in order to allow this project to go forward, consistent with the staff recommendation, but we're the ones who suffer because of the excessive density. We've got all this traffic going through our property such that staff originally said you need 2 places to enter and exit. It's simple. I mean, you don't have to be a traffic engineer to look at that site plan, and it's kind of like a funnel. It's going to go right through our main area, and that's why staff said initially we need 2 entrances and exits. So that shouldn't so cavalierly be dispensed with. And again, you know, I know Mr. Earl will get back up here and say this is just a competition thing, and that's not true. I mean, we want to see something nice go there too. You know, a dirt lot is not really a great selling point, and yet it has to be well thought out, and this is not supported by really anything the applicant has put forward, hasn't shown us his math, and you know, this started out as a mixed-use project anyway. That's what the easement they have now existing pertain to, so that everything keeps changing for us. And you know, they'll probably be back saying, well, that doesn't pencil. They need more patrons at Park West, so we need more units. And I mean, it's hard for us to know where this will end. We signed up under one set of rules, and it's just not being honored. So happy to answer any questions. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Mr. Lasota? All right, thank you. Mr. Hawkes, I've got a question. I seem to be getting 2 different explanations on the entrances and exits. Do they have, does the new parcel, the undeveloped parcel, have a right to go through the parcel that is existing? Is that
Mayor and council members, that's absolutely correct. They have a cross-access easement, so that's the primary access would be through parcel 2 to parcel 3. And I also want to illustrate too that the traffic engineer has been very clear that, again, this notion of a secondary access, that was an exploration that they asked of the applicant to perform, and that is not a requirement. Sometimes things get lost when it's in translation when it's provided by a non-traffic staff. But the opinion and the decision of the traffic engineer was that we do not need a second point of access. The access they provided was sufficient to make the project work.
Okay, that's pretty clear. Thank you. Councilmember Dunn?
You know, thank you for the presentations. Mr. Lasota, I hope you did get, you know, your questions answered. I did forward them on to Mr. Hawkes. I am in support of this project. I do think it's a odd-shaped area. And so with that, I think it's a nice project. and I think it does serve a nice purpose for Park West. So with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve 29R.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Council, please vote. And it passes unanimously. Thank you. All right. We will now move on to call to the public for non-agenda items. If you wish to address the City Council, please complete a speaker request form and place it in the bin next to the podium. Because of the requirements of the state's open meeting law, the City Council is not authorized to discuss or take action on any issue raised by public comment until a later meeting. Please be aware that your comments will be noted. And I do have a number of speaker request forms here. And I will start with Mr. John Forsyth. Sir, please come to the podium and state your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes to speak.
Good evening again. My name is John Forsyth, 27605 North 85th Drive in the Mesquite District. I've been here a couple of times, and I just wanted to make a couple of things clear because last time we got a little off kilter. Never once when I've addressed this chamber have I ever said that I want police defunded. I've never said that I want them abolished. I actually want more funding to go to police for additional officer training, which might surprise you. You know, I'm amazed at a government agency that holds the public accountable every day that refuses to allow the public to hold them accountable. Law enforcement, just like Mr. Trump, is not above the law. Police were established by the people to hold order. You guys, as well as the Arizona legislature, creates the laws. They create order. This is what you guys do. I've never been pulled over by Peoria PD, so I have no axis to grind. I haven't been pulled over in 25 years. I've never been in handcuffs. I've never visited the back seat of a police car. So I've talked to many PSU lieutenants and sergeants, and they all agree that, you know what, the police should follow the law, but there's nothing they can do to force them to follow the law, which amazes me because that just reeks of accountability or lack thereof. 65% of Americans support police reform, accountability, and change. 65%. That's 2/3. Do we really expect the police to change themselves? It's not going to happen. You know, government has an absolute obligation to follow the laws of the land, the people's laws. They have a bigger obligation than I do as a citizen. All you guys in front of me have a higher obligation to follow the laws than I do. I talked about Senator McCain last time. You know, his convictions were strong for what was right and what was wrong. So I asked you guys, what's your conviction to maintain law and order inside of the Peoria government? I'm gonna leave this one last note before I come back next time and talk about the cold hard facts, but maybe the public would respect the police more if the police respected the laws of the land, if they followed the same rules that you guys are expected to follow. Maybe if they had a little bit of humility when I file a complaint against them, that they actually took action, other than doing, for 10 years, I've been filing complaints. Nothing's changed. That's what I have to say. I'll see you next time to talk about the cold, hard facts. Have a great night.
Thank you, sir. Next, I have a speaker request form from Jim Hessman. On agenda items, sir, if you would state your name and address for the record, you have 3 minutes to speak.
Good evening. My name is Jim Hessman, and I reside at 13283 West Red Hawk Drive in the Mesquite District. Just over a year ago, my wife and I moved from Maryland to Trilogy at Estancia in North Peoria. We wanted the type of weather that would allow me to fly our small airplane more often, especially to support charitable aviation. basically pilots volunteering to help others in need. We had to find a home first for our airplane before we could find a home for us. So my wife and I visited all 7 of the outstanding general aviation airports that surround the Phoenix area. We learned that there's a high demand for and a shortage of hangar space at every airport, with waiting lists ranging from 9 months to 12 years. We eventually ended up at Deer Valley Airport in North Phoenix. I noticed during our tour of these airports that there were tremendous business growth surrounding every airport we visited, from Phoenix to Mesa to Scottsdale to Chandler to Glendale and to Goodyear. And I wondered why Peoria, one of the most desirable communities in Arizona, didn't have their own airport. I did some online research and found the Lake Pleasant, North Peoria area plan from 1999. And it included policy D-6, which stated that, quote, the city should continue to study the feasibility of an airport and air park facility in North Peoria to capitalize on the economic opportunities created by such a facility. The implementation matrix in that same document indicated that an airport facility feasibility study was, quote, currently funded and in progress through the Peoria Planning Division. I haven't yet been able to locate that specific feasibility study, but I have found other more recent planning documents for Peoria that continue to positively state the importance of general aviation to business development in Peoria. Months ago, I learned of the closing of the end of this year of Pleasant Valley Airport, a small but official FAA airport that exists already in North Peoria. I believe this facility could be absorbed by the city and, with financial assistance from the state and federal government, be transformed into a vibrant general aviation airport to rival those in other communities and become a magnet for business growth and development in Peoria. I have met with the Peoria Economic Development Services Department, which agrees that revitalizing this airport would have a positive impact on business development, especially near the 303 loop. Therefore, I'm asking this council to consider putting a hold on any state or local plans for this property until a committee can be established or study commissioned to analyze the potential business and community impact of a new Peoria airport at the current location of the Pleasant Valley Airport. If it is determined that this site is not appropriate, then that same study could also provide alternative choices for a new airport somewhere in the North Peoria area. If plans already exist for a new general aviation airport facility in this area, then I would welcome the opportunity to review such plans. This isn't about fulfilling the increased demand for hangar space in the Phoenix area. It's about providing a competitive business environment so that Peoria can effectively compete with other excellent communities in the valley that continue to utilize their outstanding airport facilities and adjacent aviation commercial parks to attract hundreds and thousands of clean jobs to their cities, jobs that could be coming to Peoria. I'm more than willing to assist this council with this issue in any way that I can. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, sir. And I have one final speaker request form from Eva Osuna. I think you know the drill. I think you know the drill.
It's been a while I've been here. I actually had filled out this form because I didn't know I had to be so specific on the Grand Commons, but I'm going to take the opportunity since the form is in. And one of the things that was brought up was that commissions aren't calling people. I have to tell you that I've been on the Preservation Commission for 10 years, 8, I'm thinking 8, because I was trying to think about the numbers, and I've never been called for that commission. In fact, pre-pandemic, I went to a preservation meeting, and one of the commissioners, after I spoke, said, hey, do you want to be on the commission? I go, yes, I've been waiting to be on it. Never got a call. So at the beginning of this year, let me back up a little bit. I'm a champion for Peoria. I'm the biggest cheerleader there is. I spend way too much money at restaurants and, you know, the second Saturdays and all that. And I invited Dolly Sanchez's son. He's a great artist. And I invited him to apply to the Arts Commission. And that was at least 3 years ago. And recently we got an email that said, update your information. So I called him and I said, Isaac, did you update your information? I'm not interested anymore, and I never got called. So that's disheartening to me, not even for myself, but anybody else who's out there. So that's one thing. And I wanted to talk about something else. Councilmember Finn, you got very upset when there was the notion that there's gerrymandering going on. Imagine my feeling when I get 2 calls, independent of each other, telling me that the council drew up 5 maps of their own. Because no reason really why the maps that were submitted by the company that, or the firm that was hired, why those maps aren't going to be used, or if they're, I don't know, lots of information. But imagine me hearing, first time after 10 years, I make a decision to run for office, and to hear that. I was very upset, like you got upset, that this could be happening. So I just hope, I'm asking every one of you, when those maps come out, make them as fair as possible. They have to be fair, because the last redistricting that happened, the lines got moved from 91st Avenue to 87th, and it really affected that community right over here on 87th and Monroe. And if anything happens, because I was told you're going to get mapped out of the district, the only way I could get mapped out is if it goes down 85th Avenue, the boundary. That means separating Old Town. How can we separate our original town site? We can't do that. So please, I'm asking you to be mindful and just, decide with your heart what's the best thing for this community. I'm asking all of you that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Point of order, Mayor, and I honestly don't know the answer. May I just make a response since I was?
Yes.
Okay. So if I can respond, thank you very much for that. I feel your passion, and you felt my passion, and I believe in what you said absolutely 100%. They should absolutely be, without question, the best district maps that we can come up. You made a comment, though, that I just wanted to clarify. You said the council, am I not okay? Even if it was something directed towards me? Directly?
Unfortunately, we can't. no.
Okay, I would love to talk to you offline then, if that's okay? If you
Absolutely.
don't mind?
No.
When we get out of here, I'd love to just have a chat with you.
Well, I have people waiting for me, sorry.
Okay.
I've got to take people home,
I'll-
and I got my family here, so.
I will reach out to you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay, great, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thanks for sticking around the whole time.
Okay. We will now move on to reports from City Manager. Mr. Tyne.
Great, thank you. Just 2 quick items. First off, we have 2 full weekends of the Pogo Destinations Transit Service in our rearview mirror, and things are off to a great start. Really, as we continue to build ridership, we are seeing riders from all areas of the city, and they're indicating they're visiting shopping destinations, restaurants, libraries, and more. We are receiving and tracking feedback from our residents as well as the riders, and we'll be providing summaries to all of you in the future as we continue to explore this opportunity. We're still working out bugs. We're sensing a lot of excitement, though, from our riders and our businesses and our community partners. So we will absolutely keep you informed on that. Also, one last thing, we do have a short video highlighting the upcoming holiday events. That includes the Veterans Day activities, as well as our second Saturday's events and the Old Town Holiday Festival. So if I may, we'll just air that very quickly.
Holidays are here.
thanks in advance to our special events staff and for the communications department for putting this together. Really appreciate it. That is all I have.
Thank you. And now I would like to move on to reports from our Youth Council liaisons. If you have any reports, Youth Council Liaison Fierro.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We have not done much since our last meeting, but I know we are very excited for the holidays, and we plan to not only host our own events, but volunteer at them. Thank you.
Thank you. Youth Council Liaison Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Recently, we're working on big plans for future goals that we have, such as more volunteering opportunities, and we're working on recently a volunteer opportunity we'll do together as a board. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would just like to thank our city council for supplying the names of 2 residents from each district in the city of Peoria as we create the Citizens Bond Committee. So I thank the council and I thank those citizens for serving. They will begin their meetings probably in November and should probably carry through until early spring. And so we appreciate their work and their dedication and of course their wisdom in the end. And with that, we are adjourned.